Okay, hello everyone. Um, I hope everything works because OBS somehow refused to connect to Restream, and so I couldn't really access the chat. What I ended up doing is taking the embedded chat that you're supposed to put on screen and putting that in OBS. So at least I'm gonna be able to read the chat. Anyway. Um, yeah. Janky streaming software. Where have I heard that one before? Literally, every aspect of streaming is janky at the very, very, very least. Broken in the case of YouTube. Alright. Alright, it is day 50 of having 50 degrees. There's not much I can do, so here I am streaming again. Tomorrow, I believe, let me see, I haven't checked the weather in like 3 hours, so maybe it's completely changed. No, it looks good. It looks like today is the last day of the heat wave. It looks like today is the last day of the heat wave. I hope that is true. Because I had plans to go out in the morning, because I didn't have work. And it's not as hot in the mornings. And also because other people are working, there's going to be fewer people. But I ended up staying home, waiting for a package until 3 p.m. And then it was too hot to go out. So I'm hoping I am allowed to go outside again. Once again, I would like to thank everyone who eats a lot of meat, everyone who loves to drive their own car, which is, by the way, the most inefficient transport method out there, and everyone who loves to use AI for contributing in making our cities unlivable. I am glad that, you know, the sacrifice of everyone else is funding your lifestyle. I would also like to thank the billionaires who have created a world centered around this being a normal thing that happens. Once again, what would we do without you? Live normal fucking lives? That's boring. I prefer to feel like I'm constantly dying. I prefer to go outside and get a headache every time. That's much more enjoyable. Okay. Yeah, it's going well. Also, I would like to thank, once again, the administration of the city of Madrid for shutting down parks during heat waves. What the actual fuck is wrong with you? That one I can't even be sarcastic about. You have to be genuinely stupid to do something like, or evil to do something like that, because the real reason is now you need to pay to cool yourself down, essentially. Either by having your own AC or by going somewhere that has AC, which probably requires you to pay. Look how that one worked out for the capitalists. Anyway, once again, I'm very, very happy to live in the world that we live in. Okay, so what am I doing today? Complaining about the heat for 4 fucking hours. No, let's not do 5 hours. Make that 6 hours. 12 hours. A bit sitting here complaining about the heat for 12 hours. How's that? No, not doing that. Instead I'm writing camel. I'm writing straight camel. Not even O camel, camel. Now, I'll talk about why I have this open, because I have a question. But there's not that many people in this. I wouldn't know if there's people in the stream right now because I cannot see viewer numbers. But there aren't that many people right now, so I'm gonna wait a little bit since I just started. But I have a question, and I've been doing some research about how to best do parsing, essentially, of text, because even Lisp is not particularly good at that. Alright, what I'm doing today is AppImages. That is the plan. Also, the title of the stream is not even entirely accurate, I believe. Hold on, let me update it a little bit. At least it's very clear what the plan is today. Today I plan on packaging an app image. I want to do that with Lisp. I've been working on when did I first work on this packaging system? I think it was Monday's stream. Though it didn't get super far, and I ended up kind of designing how I want this whole system to work. And then kind of scrapping all that. I should not design things. I should just make them. Because whenever you design something, I feel like you don't really think about all the possibilities. When you actually start implementing it, you start thinking of the possibilities of what you're doing and everything breaks down. So you just could just skip a step. I just realized Twitch chat sees me as an 11-month subscriber. I've been streaming for 11 months. And I am an 11-month subscriber to my own channel. Okay. Well, thank me for my support. All right. It is genuinely too hot to think in here. Ah, okay. Yeah, so the first version of this thing that I built to package, applications, I ended up creating a templates folder, which I've deleted, but this Windows one stayed around. That's weird. Which essentially contained a skeleton structure for what an app image, a Mac.app application, and my own systems.red packaging, the directory structure for those things. But there's no real reason to do any of that when you're working with Lisp. Because with Lisp, you can literally just define the structure of the directories in the code itself. Not only that, but you can also define the files that used to be templates, used to look like this, like the app image. Actually, I have them here. Yeah, the templates, I now just define them like this. This is nothing super revolutionary. This is just, standard multi-line strings, which, by the way, it was very easy to implement in Lisp, because the language is just that easy to use. Multi-line strings and a very simple, just like format strings. Literally just formatting. Using this and this argument. All right, whereas instead, before, I used to have something that, was the actual file, and then it was version, and then this. Where I was supposed to go inside of the file, read it, whenever I would find this, parse it, then somewhere else I would have to parse a config file in order to be able to do string substitutions and generate these files that way. This is just a simpler way of doing it. Again, you can do it in any language, really. All languages have format strings, as far as I know. But, and probably most of them nowadays have multi-line strings built in. But it's nice to be able to do something like this. And when the language doesn't have a feature, you give it that feature. You add that feature to the language. And that makes it very convenient to work with. All right. Yeah, this seems to work okay. All right, so today I just want to make an app image, which is more complex than creating a Mac application or an application for my own system? Because of course it is. It's Linux. We have to make it complicated. It would not be something for Linux if we didn't overcomplicate it for no goddamn reason. We could just make a .appimage that is a folder that gets opened as if it were a program. But no, because that would probably violate some stupid design rule, or it would not work with this or that limitation or whatever. So instead, app images require extra packaging. But still, we have to generate a directory structure and a bunch of files, which I copied off of Zozing, who did this like 5 days ago, essentially. So thanks to him for doing all the hard work, all the figuring out. Now I don't have to do that. All right. So I can't really run this, but the packaging system is kind of built to work in a way that allows me to just build different... Oh, there's already stuff in here. Okay. Build different versions of my application in a well, actually, no, it's not supposed to build different versions of the application. It's supposed to package different versions of the application into whatever system each operating system uses to load those applications, right? Any packaging system, or just .exe files for Windows. That is the plan. However, I built a very simple directory structure for these two. Now I need to do the same thing for Linux, but there is one thing missing. That is the setup file. This is a file that is get ignored. Right, so actually input and staging folders here are get ignored. You're supposed to put your executable files in here. There's this old config file that's not actually supposed to be here anymore. Any other resources you need to copy over, right now it's just the resources folder. Literally, this is all you need. You need an executable and you need a resources folder, and that gets packaged into your applications, but we need a setup.lisp file, which I have not created. Because it's something that I added yesterday. I did it on my laptop. I added it to get ignore. Because each application that you package, you have to package in different ways. So it is supposed to be, unique. So I added it to get ignore. But really, all the code that you need is to first off load the packaging system, packager.lisp. Then create a definition of the package using the pack class. This is where you give your package a name, like Ghost. It has to be the name of the executable for now. Eventually, I'll probably make it a little bit better than that. A version for it, which I think is optional. But I think, for example, AppImage doesn't allow you to make it optional. So I'm going to add that version number and then an author for it, which I don't think AppImage actually uses, or not in the very simple file that I have, not here, but I'm sure that is an option that you can add. And then categories. That's it. You take this thing and you call generate build on it. You specify that you want it for a specific system. Yeah, that's good. Generate that you want it for a specific system, and that's really all you need. You just run this. Or not, because no such file or directory. I'm in the wrong folder. Still no. of course, because there is no class named packager. Did I write packager or did it get auto-completed? I wrote pack. Okay, that's all you need. And inside of staging, there is a ghost.app that actually follows the correct directory structure for Mac, which inside of Z looks like shit. So, it's just a contents folder. macOS contains your executable. How do you okay, here. What's the shortcut for this? There's no shortcut for this? Wait. What is this? What is Tunar? Why am I in Tunar right now? What is that? Where did I get this file manager from? I usually use Dolphin. Where'd you get Tunar from? Well, we're mixing up our fish here. Anyway, inside of the resources folder, there's another resources folder which contains another resources folder. What? I think I did something wrong there.
Omega.
And then an info.plist file which is broken. Apparently. I did not realize it was broken. I'll need to take a look at that because I definitely broke something. This is not supposed to be like that. That is the expression that was supposed to be evaluated. It's being taken literally. Where is the... Yeah, oh, wait, okay, I understand. I changed this before. I was wondering, can I make this a macro? The answer is probably no. Yeah, okay. If I make that a macro, it kind of just puts whatever var is directly in here, and it doesn't get evaluated. So yeah, it was just printing the result instead of putting this here. And now we have a valid info.plist file, and I'm not on Mac, so I can't test it, but literally this is all it takes. You just double click on this thing and it opens the application. But AppImage is more complicated than that. Obviously. Why is everything so slow today? Look at this website. Look at this website. Oh my god. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Why do I feel like there's some... What people think. Linus Torvalds. This is just very cool. If that guy thinks that... It probably is, but I don't know if I want to disagree or agree. It's not like I have anything against him personally, it's just... I've seen what you've done on Git, my dude, and I've seen what you've done on Linux, my dude. I don't necessarily trust you. This website is just horrifying. We need Terry Davis is up in exactly. You get it. Exactly. That is yes. What WWD? No, TT. What would Terry think? This website alone is not very inspiring, and I've seen, again, literally the day before I started doing this thing, this packaging system, I saw Zozing upload a video doing this. And literally in the time that it took him to go through the documentation, I had already done a full manual package on Mac. Not through code, just manual. I would ask the original LLM. Are you talking about God, or are you talking about the God conversation thingy that he had in his operating system? Or like just straight direct connection? I guess it's just a matter of interface. Quick start. Let's see how quick it really is, because again, I wasn't super paying attention. I was making my own packaging thing, but I saw how Zozing complained about this thing. It's quite simple to run AppImages. Why would I go to your documentation to learn how to run the damn thing? Number 2, why do you have documentation on how to run it? Is it not just double click? I'm concerned it's not just double click, even though, again, I took that template file from Zozing's thing, which means why do you want... Oh, that was a network server, okay. It is that easy. Why does this need documentation? Really, the only issue here is that the app always opens on the left side, on the monitor on my left. Which in terms of the canvas of both screens put together is, closer to the origin. So I get that, but I think that's probably just a bug in the application itself, not a bug in AppImage. All you have to do is download them, make them executable, and run them. This can be done with the GUI or the command line. Why do you need a GUI? Oh, for permissions. I see. Am I not allowed to change them? I don't think I'm allowed to change them. Well, now I'm starting to see why you need documentation. It's not because of AppImage, to be fair, it's because of Linux, but still. Okay. Anyway. Alright, so that's how to run them, but no, and now I understand why you have documentation for this, but nah. I need to know how to open them. Not how to create them, packaging guide. I just want to know what this is first. Because a word on upstream packaging. The AppImage ecosystem is built around the notion of upstream packaging. With AppImage, typically the application author is who packages and distributes the application. Is that not how everyone does it? This sounds like, in my culture, we really value family and food. In my culture, we hate we hate families and we don't eat. Unironically, the Dutch. This is different from the traditional Linux distribution model, where the application author and the application packager are often different persons. Right, I forgot that Linux is... Let's not start insulting. Although, is it really an insult when it's true? I don't know, but this is absolutely ridiculous. In their culture, they don't value family and they don't like to eat. So yeah, apparently, it's not very normal on Linux for the person who makes the application and the person who packages it to be the same person. And we wonder why people don't like Linux. That's a mystery. It's a fucking mystery. Anyway, let's go into packaging now. Alright, introduction to packaging. So you decided to make an app image or two. Or did you come here to get some insights on how app images can be built? Oh yeah, no, I love to read this pedantic documentation for fun. You got me. I actually have no plans on ever distributing an application. I'm just a developer. I'm not a packager, so I'm not here for that. I just love to read documentation in my spare time. You know how it is. There are different approaches on how to build them. Packaging an app image correctly depends on the application that you're trying to put into one, so-called the payload. Different programming languages require different methods. All application bundling attempts have one thing in common, the input format, which is then turned into an app image using AppImage tool. This input format is called appdir and is described in the appdir specification. In a nutshell, packaging app images is building an appdir. This appdir is then simply turned into an app image. But if your appdir is not built correctly, the app image will not work. Once again, I am going to take a little brief detour into why are you asking me to authenticate to a remote repository, a remote folder every time? Oh, is this tab from that? Maybe? Hold on, let me try again, because why are you asking me to log in every time? Okay, we're good. I think that tab that was open there was from a remote server, so it was asking me to authenticate. All it takes for a fucking .app, you click on the damn thing. This is literally a folder. This is a folder, a raw folder I created in Linux. I can now ship it over to my Mac. Double click it and it will open. All it needs is a contents folder with a macOS folder with the executable in the correct format. The executable obviously needs to be in the correct format, which means it needs to be compiled with a compiler that is compatible with Mac. But like, you know, if Steve Jobs were still alive, you tell him the words app images, you need to build an appdir. The appdir is simply turned into an app image, but if your appdir is not built correctly, the app image won't work, and the guy would drop dead. If he wasn't already dead, you would kill him with this sentence. That is ridiculous. Look at this. It's just a folder. This is the minimal implementation. You don't even need these two. You really don't need them. It's this easy. I just looked over to the stream playing on my laptop and I'm doing this. And yeah, that's correct. Hello, Best Creeper, how you doing? That's exactly how I felt, yes. Oh my god. I haven't even encountered anything wrong here. It's just the fact that you think that this is simple already tells me this is not simple. Also, the fact that I need a tool. Why do I need a tool? It's just a folder. Just a folder. No, this is the documentation. I want the website. Oh, let's take that index.html out of it. See why I was reluctant to disagree with the guy? Do we understand why I was reluctant to disagree with the dude? If not, I can guarantee you we are going to understand it. I can already tell this is going to be some bullshit. Next. Alright, there are different ways to create app images. Packaging from source. Package software from source. Upstream application authors take over the maintenance of app images and provide them on their release pages. Again, the fact that this is like a cultural change in Linux is ridiculous. To learn more about how it works, please refer to packaging from source. Isn't this what this part is supposed to? Isn't this what the section for packaging from source is? Why do I need a different one? Okay. It can also be automated by CI systems like Travis CI that can help you with that. Well, I'm trying to make my own thing, so Travis, thank you for your help. Go back to dating Taylor Swift or being Kylie Jenner's ex, and also a rapper, and also a football player. Those are the only two Travises I could think of. Yes, they're both Travises. I didn't make up their names. Using Electrum Builder. Woohoo! Hell yeah. We love it. When Linux jank meets JavaScript jank, it is such a beautiful combination. Ironically, they're like the most stable Linux applications. Because there's really only one way that you need to package them. You don't need to do anything particularly complex. So, all right, packaging from source. Packaging native binaries. Okay, we're compiling C or C++ code. That is what I want to do. Native binaries have a well-defined and reliable behavior to find the runtime dependencies, so-called shared libraries. These are the primary dependencies you will have to ship with your applications. Of course, some applications might require... Okay, well, we know. Okay, we're going to skip this part. Linux Deploy is an AppDir maintenance tool. Its primary focus is on app... I fucking figured. Does it run on Linux? By any chance? AppImage is just one possible format. Okay, it's called a Linux deploy, not Linux AppDir. So okay. Using the build system. No, we're not gonna be well. I mean, technically, but no. I'm making my own build system. Isn't there a command line resource? Here it is. Here it is. Okay. After downloading the AppImage, you have to make it executable. What AppImage am I downloading? Download Linux Deploy. The recommended way is provided on the GitHub release page. Please let there be a package, because if I have to build it from source, I'm just not going to provide Linux builds for anything. I'm so tired of Linux. Bro, seriously. What a janky ass system. Now this seems to actually be... Okay, it actually has an AppImage. I have to say I'm surprised. I know it sounds obvious. The AppImage packager provides an AppImage. It sounds obvious. It sounds reasonable. But I've come to not expect these things from Linux. So I'm pleasantly surprised that this actually happened. Alright, so I take that and then I go to my downloads folder, and there it is. If I execute it, will it do anything? I don't assume it will. Probably not. I'm assuming it closed quietly with an error, because well, why would it open? Okay. So I'm supposed to generate an AppDir. Wait. Packaging. Hold on. Okay, so what happens if I run this? Do I need to provide an AppDir, or will it generate an AppDir? Let's do this in a test directory. There's already something called test. Is that a directory? There's a certificate in here. Certificate of what? Authenticity? What is this? Oh, this is okay. This is from when I unpacked an exe. I kind of ended up generating this thing. All right, so we're good, right? It's all this shit. Oh, now that I notice, okay, when I unpacked the exe, it actually unpacked all this shit. I just didn't realize it was there. Why is my cursor here? Oh my god. Do not work on neural networks at all now. We're getting dangerously close to running RMRF in our root for some fucking reason, so I'm just gonna do it like that. I already did that twice yesterday and nuked 2 different systems that way, so... I mean, that was on purpose, but I don't want to do it on... not on purpose, and on my actual system. So let's avoid that. All right, so I do this, and then do I have to provide an app tier? Because the way that the documentation says it, it makes it sound like I create an app tier. I think it created an app tier for me. Which contains USR, bin, lib, and share. Okay. Why though? Again, look at how simple this one is. You don't need to generate an entire file system for it. If I remember where it is. Here. Look how simple this one is. Executable, other executable, .desktop file, icon, script. Simple. There was drama with the dev behind AppImage back in the day, accusing people of being corrupt from accepting donations from Red Hat. Do you mean people were accusing the dev? Or the dev was accusing random people? It's just like, that lady over there is corrupt. Like, I don't know. I've never heard of that before, no. But you know what? That lady over there is corrupt, actually. Town Hall is that way, by the way. Anyway, this seems like a perfect... Okay, let me see. How do I... I generated an app tier, but no. What I want to do is to build an app image from app tier. Okay, this is how you do it. Providing the app tier with this output. Okay, so I run the same thing now with output AppImage. Fail to run plugin AppImage. It's like we wanted AppImage. No, he wanted AppImage to have official bundles for different projects like OBS, and they were like, no, we have Flatpak instead. Also, he called them corrupt because saying that they were accepting donations from Red Hat to do Flatpak. That's dumb. Like, I think Flatpak, like, permissions and whatnot are a smarter way of doing things. The reason I chose AppImage is that the reason I chose AppImage is that I looked inside of a Flatpak and it looks genuinely crazy in there. So I just chose to go for AppImage instead. Is this link ever gonna open? Oh, I just realized, yeah, I can't click on links. Chat is janky right now. Okay, you know what? I kind of do wanna... Can I copy the link, at least, if I can directly open it? Should be able to copy it. Good, because this is actually him doing a pull request on generating an app image on OBS. If GitHub would please contribute to fucking working. Oh, I don't think GitHub is the problem here. I think Pi-hole is struggling a little bit. Alright, there's an ad break coming up in a little bit, so I'm gonna mess with my DNS settings real quick when that happens and hope that it doesn't break the stream. Anyway, the reason I want this is to just... GitHub, why would you show me this like this when it's a new file? Rich diff, what? No. View file. Right, this is helpful because it can help me know what the process for packaging something is, and for that matter, they have all of these dependencies. I really only have GLFW, and I guess maybe X11. I'm not sure if I'm gonna need to include it. To be fair, the next step after all of this is to create VMs with bare distros of Linux, Mac, and everything, just plain vanilla not even vanilla installs, just installs is not the right word, just vanilla installations. Anyway, the point is to not install anything on a VM, run in the operating system and see if it runs with all the dependencies that it needs. I'm having a hard time wording that for some reason, but that is the next thing I need to do. So anyway, configure, cmake, build, and publish. No, this is an upload artifacts. Actually, the AppImage builder is in the other file. This is the one I need. It's either this or the documentation. Alright, there we have a million other includes again. Excluding all that for some reason. And then, where is the actual command? Okay, so they're copying all the app.dir stuff inside of user lib x86-64 linux GNU, and then doing a link from this to this, but that's a symbolic link. How are you packaging with a symbolic link? Can't you just copy? Is the installer, like the packager, actually copying? And if so, why wouldn't you just copy it at once? I don't know what's happening here. This is test, runtime, files, exclude, app info. God, YAML is actually hard to read. What am I supposed to look at? Where's the command to actually build the damn thing? App run is the test. You know, I'm looking at the documentation. I am... Every AppImage's app.dir must contain a file called AppRun, providing the entry point. When running the AppImage, the runtime executes the AppRun file within the app.dir. Okay. Jules, say hello. I think you might enjoy part 2 of the stream today. Part 1 is AppImage. I don't think I'm gonna enjoy that, but part 2, which I haven't mentioned, is looking into a Lisp interpreter. So, I'm definitely gonna enjoy that. AppRun doesn't necessarily have to be a regular file. If the application it can be a symlink to the main binary. Okay, so Zozin actually did kind of the same template that I built. This shell script. bin.sh, exporting here to be the current directory, exporting here to the path, and then running the binary from there. It's just a shell script. Might not even be necessary. But with a shell script like this, I can just put glfw directly in the main app image. App.dir. And be able to run it, right? Alright, so what exactly was the problem with what I was doing? Found AppImage tool, running command, app.dir, AppImage tool, continues build, desktop file not found, aborting. Of course, I haven't actually built the damn thing. Okay, so it looks like this is the command that I'm gonna need. Linux deploy .appimage, app.dir. You have to specify the directory for it and then the output for it. Makes sense. Alright, so I'm gonna do it manually, see if it works. And I'm just gonna steal Zozing's stuff, hope he doesn't mind. Okay, so app.dir, we're gonna put all this shit in here. Actually, why would he mind? I'm just acting as the maintainer of this. Fucking Linux. Alright. And it worked, and now please consider submitting. And bada bim bada boom. Boom. Okay, so command found. I'm gonna add it to my path now, and I'm gonna rename it. You know what's funny? I was considering this right now. Because I need... Oh, this is Linux Mint. No, this is not what I need. Linux deploy is what I need. Because I need an app image of Linux deploy. This is technically a dependency to my build system now. I thought it was actually going to be a command line tool. But I was thinking, there is no really good way to do either... Like, not either. Command line tool dependencies either. Can we... Like, POSIX is a standard until it comes to actually doing stuff. I'm not sure if that makes sense. But, yeah, like, I can create the same code for Mac, Linux, BSD, maybe even Windows. And then, when it comes to adding dependencies to my code, that's going to be a struggle. That's the entire reason I'm doing this, by the way. So, yeah, I feel like maybe if that was also part of the standard, it would be better, but I'm not sure if I'm able to articulate that properly right now. I honestly don't care too much. Is there a way that I can do a symlink? Because I want to make a symlink. Not that I need to, I can just rename this thing. Really, the correct way to do it would be a symlink. Alright. So now I can do the same thing, but with just Linux deploy. I just want to see that it works. No. Right, I probably need to source my bash rc. Maybe from my home folder would be nice to do. And try that again. Still command not found. Yeesh. I thought I was gonna do that. It's gonna be easy. The fool that I am. Is it because I put it in here? This folder bin inside of your home should be automatically picked up by the path, but maybe it's not, but this one is, so I can just move it there. chmod. I think that any of that's necessary. Okay, that works. I guess a bin folder in your home directory is not automatically picked up as part of the path, even though I thought it was. But then again, I messed with my path a bit, so maybe I removed that. I don't know. Anyway, I do have that folder in my path. And, by the way, again, there's no straightforward way for me to make sure that you have this dependency. So I'm just gonna echo in the setup, which is required to set these environment variables and also creates a couple directories for you. This tool depends on Linux deploy to generate app images to package Linux app images. Install, make sure it's installed and available as Linux deploy.appimage in your path. Can't be bothered. Actually bothering. I can't be bothered bothering. I can't be bothered doing this properly. Your bus this morning was 30 minutes late because a tree fell onto the road? Damn, I hope the chicken was okay. Sorry. Trees falling is the exact reason, by the way, that Madrid closes parks during severe weather warnings. The only problem is that they don't differentiate between strong winds and 40-degree weather. Which again, I think they are doing because it benefits private businesses. Alright, so that's really all I need to package my shit. It's just this extra step of running this command. Linux deploy AppImage with an appdir and output. Do I need to specify the appdir? Do I need to specify... Oh no, output AppImage is not the name, it's the format. So that I do need to specify. I do need to specify the appdir. Ok. Alright. So here's the thing about this. It's more complicated than generating a Mac package or a redacted package because these two are just folders. This one requires an additional packaging step. But really, it's just as easy. Linux, what format did I use up here? PKG. Takes the package, which is the one that we defined here. Right, takes the package, and this is where Lisp comes in really handy because I'm very quickly able to make functions for generating file system structures that actually follow the structure that I'm going to be generating, and makes it a lot easier to work with and a lot easier to parse as a developer. Right? So, I will need to make dir. The name actually does not matter here, I believe. So we're just going to call it appdir. I'm not sure if it's going to require it to be called appdir, but we're going to call it appdir. Then, inside of that, we are going to make a template file. Well, first off, we're going to do this, which is move the executable over. By the way, is this an actual Linux executable? Because pretty sure it is. Or maybe it's a redacted executable? I'm not sure. I need to check. Maybe I'll replace it with a Linux executable. If so, red build packaging input ghost.elf execute. That feels like it failed. Cannot execute, exec format error. Okay, so this is for redacted. This is not for Linux. And this project in particular is not meant to be compiled for cross-platform. So we're going to replace it with another one that actually is hack game. We just take the resources folder, and actually there should be a hack.red. Not seeing it. There is no hack.red, okay. There is no build.lisp. Okay. Using the old build system, but doesn't matter. Okay, so there's our executable. It's done for Linux. It's now located inside of this hack.red. And these two files are what we need. Take them and put them... Well, really the only one we need is the actual executable. The resources folder is useful for a game because it has like stuff for games and stuff. Stuff for games and stuff. Alright, so there we have it. In the setup, I'm going to change the name to hack. So it matches the hack.elf. Although I'm going to need to change that because it's going to be hack Linux elf or even just hack.linux. Okay with doing that. Fake ass executable name. But yeah, we're going to copy over the executable, which is going to be called hack.elf. We're going to be copying over the resources folder. Literally just copy dir. And we are going to generate a desktop file and an app run. Actually, do I need an app run? Can't I just hard code that the destination's name is going to be app run? Is that enough? From an AppImage perspective, I mean. It does say that the app run doesn't need to be your executable, which implies that it can be your actual executable. So maybe I don't even need this shell script. But if it is, I have this thing, which is meant specifically to handle that. Hello, Peter. Alright, then all we need to do is generate an AppImage desktop file. And to do that, we're going to make file, and its name is going to be a concatenation. Alright, there's an ad starting soon. And I did say I need to mess with my DNS settings, so I'm going to have to fix that in a bit. Pack name pkg. I will have to stop, I mean. Dot desktop. That's the name of the file. And the input for the file is going to be calling this function and passing the package to it, so it can generate a desktop file for us. That should be all it takes to do a Linux package. Now Linux right now says that it's going to create an error. So Linux pkg, there we go. And then in the setup, instead of building for Mac, we build for Linux. And there is our appdir with the resources, app run, and hack.desktop. Okay, there's an ad running. I would love to be able to test the thing right away, but I noticed that my DNS settings are a little bit messed up, so I need to interrupt, fix that, and hopefully not break the stream in the process. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Looks like DNS works, but it's still kind of slow now. Now I think that the issues that I was having before I started the stream have to do with DNS more so than anything else. Anyway, I'm generating an app there. It has all that I think it needs. Now I should be able to go into staging, and in here run Linux. What's the name of the command again? Deploy.appimage. Deploy.appimage. Then the correct command is actually app tier, like that. Yes, app tier, and then the output is AppImage. And error. Ooh, it's that's a lot. I fix issues with UIOP, kind of. I fixed the syntax error I was having. Turns out it's because I kind of misunderstood a thing that I was using. And yeah. I created my own wrapper functions around a bunch of stuff, and instead of using path names, I'm using strings. That one I can't really do much about. Okay, so this looks like it could be okay, but it's not. Value 01A1 for version in group desktop entry is not a known version. It's supposed to be 0.1 alpha 1, but fuck you. I'm sorry for not doing it the way that you want. Almost literally doesn't have... the value gaming for key categories in desktop entry contains an unregistered value gaming. Values extending the format should start with X. I thought I copied that off of Zozing's thing, but yeah, why would I have? His has categories graphics. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not using the correct category. Value hack.png for key icon. Oh wait, no, hold on. This one you're actually right about. I added this, but I don't actually have an icon. That's the cool thing about these files. I can just get rid of that. Required key name in desktop entry is not present. That is pedantic as fuck. My god. There's your name. Okay, so that's one about name. Now, gaming is not a valid category, so now I have to go find out. AppImage categories. Yeah, this is still slow. I don't understand why. Categories. Discourse.appimage.org. Oh boy, that sounds fun. Is the stream doing okay? Like, because the internet is very, very slow, but nobody's complained about any issues, so I'm assuming the stream is okay. Oh, you're joking. This is a forum. Stream is fine, thank you. It's frozen for me, but whatever. Okay, I don't know why it froze there, but reloading worked. Where do I see a list of all categories? You're forcing me to use a category, and I'm not using the correct category, so now you... Can you just tell me what the fuck-ass category is? I'm gonna use graphics, because apparently the one I used is not okay. Like, where it says, for the ones that extend, it should start with X. Could you maybe have put in the error, this is where you see a list of all categories? Is that even an error? Or is it a... No, that's actually just output. This is an error. And this is an error. The error contains errors. So, yeah, I guess they are only errors. Continuous build, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Value hack.png for key icon. Yeah, remove that one. And then name was missing. Alright, so we should be able to try it again. Unfortunately, I have to do this. Repackage. Now my hack.desktop has category graphics, name hack, and no icon. Okay, so go into staging and try to run it again. Still errors. Oh, right, the value. You don't like this value. What the fuck, man? Value 0.1 is not a known version. This is not application version. This is desktop version. Desktop file version. That's the only thing that makes sense without this making it crash out worthy. Okay, I'm gonna try. I'm going to assume that you mean the version of the desktop file, which Apple also has. It's already deleted, but like versions of the bundle system. It has a bunch of versions that I copied. Versions of bundle version, info dictionary version. Is the category games? I don't know. I don't have a list. Okay, fail to run. Plugin AppImage. Icon entry not found in desktop file. You are requiring an icon. Right, I can't click links. Look, just looking up AppImage categories did not give me a result, but that's probably just Google being Google. Oh wait, this is actually just the games category. Okay, looks like games would be the correct one. But it's ridiculous. Whereas before I could have picked my own category, now I have to pick a category that it uses. Which means I can't allow you to put any version in here. Then again, that's kind of the same thing. I would have probably had the same issue with Apple, I'm assuming. Like if you try to put your app on the App Store, it could probably do that. If you want your own category, yeah, that's true. I can add X to that. But then it says that I risk it being put in a catch-all. So, yeah. I mean, I can try resolving category to one of the known ones, and if I fail, adding X to it. If I make it more complex, yeah, that's fine. But you require a fucking icon. That's not iconic of you. That's shitty of you. Hello, Nyan. What icon am I gonna use? It needs to be at 256 by 256. I don't even have any images to use. I don't want to steal Zozing's thing. That's not where I meant to go. Hold on, I do have an image. Does it have to be any size, or does it have to be the size that you want it to be? Like... Why can't I paste? Oh, I'm in Thunar. Again, what is Thunar? Why do you open in Thunar? Anyway, this is the image we're going to use. And we're going to put it in red build packaging staging AppDear. Paste. Change its name to... Okay, so it actually wants an icon entry. If it doesn't have an icon entry, it's going to try to resolve to null, PNG, SVG, or XPM. So that's dumb as hell. And it's probably gonna complain about the size because this is a 12 by 1600. But we're gonna give it a try. All right, so you do want an icon, and that's hack.png. Defined in desktop file but not found. Well, where did it go? No, hold on. You're right. Well, this doesn't see it, but this does? It looks like it's there, but is it really there? Hack.png, there it is. I don't have to call it hack.png, I have to call it hack. What a joke. Alright, so there we have it. And the icons are not loading. Outrun is my actual executable. But what is my working directory? I don't know what my current directory is. That's why I think Zozin did what he did with that script. So at least let me use a square image. Maybe one that is less explicit. Wait, this is not actually when I need to copy it. Also, do you allow JPEGs? Because that's a JPEG. Alright, so this is where I need it. And I'm going to call it icon.jpg. Alright, so we need to bring this back. It's now going to be just icon. And there will be an AppImage app run, probably necessary. Right, so I'm going to also make a file. The file is going to be called apprun, and that is going to be made by calling this thing with this argument. Then this is going to be the .elf, and that is just going to be packaged to be called pack name, where the apprun will do this thing for the directory, put us in that working directory, I believe, and call the correct file. Alright, is there anything else you need to do? Yes, copy the icon. So that would be copy file, I believe. Copy file, icon.jpg into destination name, icon. Oh, do I need to specify the name? No. That should be enough. No. Can I do it in a subshell? Just so I don't have to constantly be switching between directories. Invalid number of arguments, 0 for what? For pack name, probably. Okay. Staging, app dir. There's the icon. There's the .desktop. There's the executable. This points to the right executable, and there's the resources folder. All right, and now I run aborted core dumped. And I don't even know on what. Oh, that's a good sign. I crashed the damn thing. That's always good. Well, the version's wrong again, by the way. Version, it turns out, I got that wrong, actually, so I need to fix it in the template. This is always going to be version 1.0 of the desktop file, so let's fix that. Still crashes. Terminate call after throwing an instance of std logic error. Basic string construction from null is not valid. Yeesh. That was not good. Right, your exec is actually called apprun, but I don't think that's the problem. That doesn't feel like the problem. Anyway, the executable is now called apprun. Still crashes. God, that's not good. Okay, so what happens if I don't give you an icon? No, hold on. Just crashes. Are you joking? What is happening right now? ls in this folder says there's nothing in it. But there is. Wait, which folder are you in right now? Alright, there it is again. What just happened? No wonder it had an error. What the hell was that? I think it's just because I'm clearing the staging area, so I'm deleting this. Then I'm technically in a different directory, even though the path is the exact same. What? That is ridiculous. What do you mean? Error. Value games for key categories in desktop entry contains an unregistered value games. The category is called games, but it isn't called games. Are you joking? Is this a prank? Also, it doesn't support JPEGs, so I'm gonna have to remove this one, and I'm gonna have to use a JPEG for real. I mean, not a JPEG. I'm gonna have to use an actual PNG. Just don't want to use the picture of the dog shitting, you know? How about I use the Google Slides here? Don't know why I have random images in here. At some point, they just ended up in this folder. And here we are. Becoming icons. Requiring an icon is ridiculous. But most importantly, having a category called names, but games, but its name is not actually games, is ridiculous. Oh no, the problem wasn't actually that. The problem is that it's... I didn't comment... I commented it out. Whatever, I already have it. What a ridiculous build packaging system. My god. Now it's not working. Oh, that's good. Permission denied. Oh, okay. I thought at least you would run a chmod for me or something. Permission denied. Oh, is the script not chmodded? This script is not chmodded. Oh, I ran it here. And my icons are still not there. Like my actual resources are still not there. But that's not really their fault. Hold on. It gets better. The error message. It's actually an error message. Marking the app image as executable. This is somehow an STD error. Embedding MD5 digest. Success, they print in the error. And then, please consider submitting your app image to AppImage Hub, the crowdsourced central repository of available images. Again, in STD error. But the best part is, by opening a pull request. It's just as janky as Linux has always been and always will be. My god! What a ridiculous operating system this is. Everything about it is so janky. Everything about it is so hacked together. Oh, you can open a pull request if you wanna. You wanna put your software on here? Do you wanna make an update to your app? How about you open a pull request? That's the way that we do a repository for this thing. Come on, man. At least tell me you automate the pull request merging process, please. Because I actually considered doing that for package repos, and then I was like, that sounds janky as fuck. You would have to do a pull request to upload an application. That sounds stupid. Well, they had the same thought, but they didn't think about it too much. So now to upload this thing, you need to... Yeesh. Yeesh. Anyway, I do need to chmod this thing. To do that... What does this return? By the way, does it return anything? I think it returns... can you just return the name for me? Hope that's okay with you. It would have been faster if I just typed the command in manually. Okay, so I can make a defun make executable name, and that just runs a UIOP run program list. How did I do that? chmod plus x name. Not sure how I did that, but okay. Alright, so we're gonna do that, and we're gonna make it executable. Gotta check staging, cd into appdir and lsl. Apprun and hack are executable. That's good. Okay. It's been a little bit janky so far. It's just had a little bit of that characteristic Linux jank. Let's see. So far, it requires an icon. Without it, it doesn't work. Because that's exactly like, especially when you're building something, like making sure that the build works, the thing you're really worrying about is, do I have an icon? Apparently. Then you need a category. Your category is not apparently the name that they give it in the actual hub, because the one that shows up there is not valid here. So I'm just gonna hard code it to graphics. And they can go fuck themselves. Is that not correct? I'm so sorry. I don't give a shit. That is ridiculous. I'll figure it out eventually, but this is like, why is the name of the category that I see not the same name of the category that I have to write? And why is there no documentation on which categories there are? Why am I forced to use a specific category? Anyway. This might not even be necessary. It looks like it's commented out. I don't dare to try. Okay, I do need to make the whole thing happen all at once. Instead of having to run it every time. So at the end of this thing, that's the cool thing again about being like directories. I know once I'm out of this thing, I am in the same directory as appdir, so I can just run uiop, well, the same command that I just ran. uiop run program list linux deploy .appimage appdir output AppImage. How do I keep doing that? I don't know how I keep doing that. Alright, so you're gonna run that. That should make it one-shotted. Nope. Because it exited with error 1. So I need output t and error output t. The icon. I forgot about the icon. Okay, well, I have to put, apparently, an icon. That is stupid. And it cannot be a JPEG. It has to be a PNG. I'll make the system eventually like be able to like just give you one, like a default icon, just a placeholder if you don't have one, because that's absolutely ridiculous to require one. But I don't really have one right now. So I'll use whatever also like placeholder one I use for my own system, but since I don't have one right now, I'm just gonna copy again. This picture of me hitting a computer with a hammer, which, yeah. And I forgot this opens the wrong file browser, so. Ironically called the same as the executable. But it needs to be called icon. Okay, so that should have generated a executable that does not work. Also, when I'm closing it, it like lags for some reason, but that has nothing to do with it. Hey, that's not... I'm not sure whose fault it is. It doesn't happen when I run it normally. Anyway, the thing is, I don't really know the directory that I'm in when I run this thing. So if I run this hack... Okay, there's my output. Failed to open image should actually give me a name, so that's a little bit concerning. But the good thing about that is that I'm able to just put a PWD in the app run, and that will tell me what's going on. Nice, hair all over my face, that's so annoying. Alright, built it, and staging, there it is. Wait, hold on. Nah, this is definitely it being janky. I'm inside of staging. Okay. What does this do? Because I actually have no idea what it does. No such file or directory. Right, because I'm again in the wrong. TMP mount. That's the mount point. Now the problem is that I don't know the current working directory for my application. That's probably still not still open. So can I look at what's going on in here? Oh my god, this entire thing feels over-engineered, like only a Linux system could possibly be. So this is the correct folder. This is where my application is loaded, and resources is in here. I just don't know what the current working directory is for my actual application. Because it kind of relies on that to be able to open the resources folder. But I do get output. So... how do I put it there? Can I CD into it? That should be enough, right? Instead of doing this, I run CD into here, and then run from there. Would that work? Yep, that's enough. Okay, I still don't understand why it lags my entire system when I close it. Again, the game doesn't normally do that, so it's just it doing that, but at least it works. It requires an icon. It requires a category. It doesn't tell me what the categories are, and the ones on their website are not the correct ones. I'm so fucking tired of Linux. Everything about it is so janky. I am tired. I just want something that fucking works. Apparently that's literally asking too much. Anyway, the last one to do would be Windows. I'm not doing that today because it will require me to test it properly. And most importantly, I don't actually have a Windows executable. The next part after this is to essentially be able to choose which compiler to use to generate the .elf, and also giving them different names so that I can have cross-compilation happen entirely on one machine. But that's not really all that important. The point is the packaging system works. I just need to set up the Windows one, but my god. My god. That was ridiculous. And it requires an icon. Which again, I'll create some logic for like handling if there is an icon. If there isn't an icon to create a default one. Okay, that's more than enough of that. I don't ever want to work with Linux again. Actually, Linux native builds of games actually work way worse than the Windows ones. So, what even is the point? Besides to just give me more frustration with this fuck-ass system. Anyway. Here's the thing. I like Lisp. Turns out. It's a nice language. The issues that it has, like path names on Common Lisp, which are a little ridiculous, in the sense that I haven't really been able to interpret the logic of how they work. I'm blanking on where I was going with that. But anyway, I like Lisp, and it turns out it's somewhat easy to have a Lisp interpreter, especially if you're building it in Lisp. This is literally a Lisp interpreter, by the way. 57 lines. That is the second thing that I wanted to check out, because I didn't write this code, I translated it from Scheme, which is another dialect of Lisp, which itself is really just an implementation of the original Lisp eval and apply functions. So I wanted to understand what it is. And again, why does my stream keep freezing? Is the stream actually okay? Because it looks like it keeps freezing to me. I'm not sure what's happening. Anyway, this website looks completely different on my laptop. Starting with the fact that it looks like way bigger and actually readable. Then again, it's something from 2011, so maybe it's not used to 4K screens. Anywho, this is a post that somebody wrote when John McCarthy, the inventor of Lisp, died on October 23rd, 2011. And so in his honor, they implemented a Lisp interpreter, which I stumbled upon it when I tried to look at the original implementations of eval and apply, which are kind of the two functions that power the entirety of Lisp. So yeah, like this person ended up writing their implementation like this, which is the same code that I showed, but written in a dialect called Scheme. So I just very quickly translated it to Common Lisp, which essentially just means all these defines become something else. Defun. Pretty much all of them, I think. Yeah, all of them. But yeah, I tested it with these two functions that they use. This one here is supposed to produce the result ACD. Right. I actually am storing this on a separate machine. So I'm going to download it in there. Yeah, the other link that I wanted to look at is this one. But yeah, I kind of want to look at how a Lisp interpreter works, because again, I copied the code, but I don't really understand it. And that's not good, especially when I definitely 1,000,000% want my terminal to work with a dialect of Lisp. 100%. It is the perfect scripting language. It is absolutely the perfect scripting language, and as such, it is perfect for the terminal. Also, one thing that's very convenient about it is when you're just writing normally in the terminal, right? You use the syntax like cat hello, or something a little bit more complex like, I'm struggling to come up with a command that takes 2 arguments. This one, actually. Just put some parentheses around this, and this is technically Lisp. Although, you know, we don't use this, but we could. If we really want to do it like that, it's very much possible to do. Yeah, so I want to understand how this Lisp interpreter works. That is kind of the plan here. So the name of the script is scheme.lisp. And alright, I'm still not even sure what these functions are supposed to do. Actually, no explanation for what these functions are supposed to do, so that's not super helpful. But anyway, first one is using an eval quote, so it's evaluating this expression that uses a quote. It's evaluating a lambda that takes 2 arguments, and then what is cons? I have no idea. Then does something with the first element of the list x, followed by y. It's amazing how much I struggle whenever I have to read code that I didn't write. I'm genuinely bad at it. I'm struggling to understand what the example is actually supposed to do. So that isn't exactly great. Alright, so how about I try something a little simpler? There should be an eval function that should allow me to evaluate a something like this, except this is not actually a function. It doesn't exist as a function. It's not actually defined here. So I can do EQ. That one does exist as a function. Should tell me if these two are equal or not. And it crashes, of course. Invalid number of arguments, 1. Okay, so eval takes 2 arguments. First argument is EQ, and second argument would be the string, Okay, I actually don't know how to use this thing. So I guess that's why I would need the eval quote part. Yeah, because they're using it in both. Alright, so I do need to... Yeah, okay, that makes sense. It's eval quote... my washer is like making a lot of noise. with this thing, really. Okay, I'm actually confused as to what this code even does. Oh. Alright. So it's... I understand this part. It's essentially taking from this, the first element, that's what car means. The first element of the list. And then from here, it's taking the rest of the list. Or this entire list as a second argument. And the function apply is kind of recursive. So it ends up flattening the list, but getting rid of this because we used car here. Whereas instead, if I use just this, it would print the entire thing. But it puts... Alright, I'll need to start understanding what any of this is doing, actually. Starting with what is cons? Okay, with my internet this slow, googling shit is gonna be really difficult, so should I just leave this for another time in which my internet is actually working? Seems like an idea that I might have to do because... Or I'll just have to do it when I'm not streaming, because this is... I'm gonna have to Google a lot of what these functions are doing, and if it's gonna be slow like this, I don't know what to do. It's not gonna be very pleasant for me or anyone watching. But anyway, I already looked up cons and I already opened the file, the Wikipedia page. So it's a fundamental function in most dialect of Lisp programming language, constructs memory objects which hold two values or two pointers to two values. These objects are referred to as cons, cells, conses, non-atomic S expressions, or cons pairs. I see. If I'm not mistaken, this article here had... No, I'm not sure why I copied it. This is another implementation of the thing that I mentioned. Okay, so... Alright, so cons is taking two things and making a list with those two arguments? Essentially. To be fair, this one has some resources for how to do it. John McCarthy, the inventor of Lisp. Like, the entire point of this is for you to implement an interpreter. I just copied their solution and tried to understand it, but... see, the thing is that I did technically implement these functions in Common Lisp, whereas this shit here, is the original version of Lisp, was supposed to look like that. Now, most of it gets interpreted as, comments, because it uses semicolons, but this is what they called M expressions, which is like something that was supposed to then translate to S expressions, which is what these are. So essentially they just skipped a step and got rid of them. But these actually look a lot more like function calls. If you look, for example, at this one, so I'm not gonna translate the entire thing. I already did it once. I don't want to do it again. But this is the equivalent to this. Essentially, if fn is equal to car, then car x. So it has like a lot more syntax than Lisp has now. Because in Lisp, I literally just call this function. I don't have any arrows or anything like that. But this version is a lot more like, you know, C functions. It's except well, this would be more like this. And this would just be if this is equal to this, really. So it's an if-then, but it's a lot more explicit in its syntax. And one thing that I really like about Lisp is that it's not so explicit in its syntax, which makes the syntax very dynamic and very easy to expand or easy to modify. So I'm glad that they got rid of these expressions, but I don't want to read them, I want to understand them. But without reading a manual. If I have to read a manual, I'm just not going to do this. Although I'll have to, but definitely not on stream. And definitely not on a heat wave. Anyway, apply interprets expressions. The first clause dispatches on various built-in functions of Lisp, calling the underlying language, in this case Lisp itself, since it's a meta-circular evaluator, to evaluate the function. Alright, so if I make a C interpreter of Lisp, then I will have to make the apply function call some pre-made functions that make this functionality happen. That part I understand. So essentially the meaning of the apply function, that is kind of easy to understand. Essentially you take a function and arguments, which I think it treats as like first argument and then the rest of the arguments, but or does it only allow 2 arguments in this case? I don't think so, because it's a Lisp language. It's a list processing language, so it should allow more than 2. But I'm not sure what the significance of splitting them here is. TBH. But okay, let's ignore the arguments for a second. The point is it takes a function, and then it evaluates what kind of thing that function is. Is it an atom? Which is essentially probably better if I write it like that. I'm trying to figure out a syntax that makes this look good. Maybe that. Although the indentation is fucked. Yeah, I'll figure out the indentation later. I don't know what I'm doing here. That's kind of stupid. But anyway, essentially it evaluates what something called fn is. If that something is an atom, that is just a value instead of a list or a sub-expression or something like that, then it checks it against this list of built-in functions. Well, I skipped a parenthesis there. That part should have been here, which are these here, which I think I understand all of them. Can I pet the dog? I can try, he might bite me. He seems very defeated by the current temperatures. He's not very... Well, he's always sleeping, but actually... He looks like it might be too hot to sleep. Anyway. He might have moved later, I don't know. Alright, so yeah, it checks against a bunch of built-in functions, and then it runs the behavior of those functions. Again, if instead of being a Lisp interpreter for Lisp, it was a C interpreter for Lisp, then I would have to call C functions that do this behavior, which I'll look at later. I'm just trying to understand the structure of everything that is happening. Hello, Cheese Detonation. Nice name. And then it has a fallback at the end in case it's none of these functions, so it's none of the built-ins. In that case, then it just runs apply by evaluating as if it were a function. So is this what powers me being able to make my own Lisp functions? I'll have to test it. If I even figure out how to use this damn thing in the first place. All right. Okay. So yeah. So far, I understand that apply takes something. The first part of an expression, I believe, and if that's atomic, like print or plus or car, then it runs certain behaviors. If it's one of these, then it runs the hard-coded behavior. If it's not, it runs eval on that, which I think is what powers regular functions. That is if it's a regular thing like this, right? Car and then something else. If instead it is a lambda, then it evaluates an anonymous function, right? So instead of being this, it is a lambda, like is the case here. Then it evaluates this function using these arguments, I think. And label, I'm not sure what label is supposed to be doing. It just runs apply on caddr a function. I'm just not sure what label means in this case. All right. Python is superior to Lisp. Python is superior to its successor Julia, and that's about it. Yeah, I don't really see the point of Python, to be honest. There's better scripting languages. There's better languages. There's better everything. Why? Also, again, Lisp is genuinely genius in the way that it's done. And an interpreter for Lisp, even though I don't understand how it fucking works, in 53 lines of code is pretty great. Well, in 53 lines of Lisp. If you do it in another language, it's obviously gonna be more complex, but hey, that's not half bad. This does technically mean that if I want to make my own dialect of Lisp, or my own machine to power my terminal scripts, I can then make a Lisp interpreter with something like this that allows me to run that within existing virtual machines for other, well, interpreters for other Lisp dialects, I think. I hope. I think. Well, technically, yeah, I should be able to run my own Lisp functions. If I start changing around these names for something else, it should work. I guess I can only know by trying, right? Can I just change this const to the it but backwards, which is snuck? Or will you run the built-in function for that? Yeah. Too many dots. Oh, wait. Yeah, this was not supposed to be there. That works. Okay. I can do that. I can do that. That's very interesting. So, yeah, if I want to make my own dialect of Lisp that runs inside of another Lisp, like I want to make a translation layer between two Lisp dialects, this is literally all it takes. You cannot tell me Python is superior to that. Also, Python is not superior to anything, but you cannot tell me it's superior to that. If 53 lines of code is all it takes for me to completely revamp the entire syntax of the language, this is what an interpreted language should be like. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna return this back to being cons. And there is one thing that I did, and that, well, technically I didn't do, but like the person that wrote this version of the thingy, and even the other one. Now this one, I think they did it right. Let me see. Where's your eval function? No, it's the same thing. They use the same exact names. Okay, so both of them kind of did their own functions by appending this or appending this to make them technically different. Because of course these are actual built-in functions on Lisp, and since you're implementing them yourself, you don't want to do that. Otherwise, if I define a function called eval, it will complain. Lock on package common Lisp violated when setting f definition of eval while in package common Lisp user. Essentially, this function already exists, so they do this. But I'm surprised that they're not doing the same thing in these. That's the thing. List comprehensions are great and Python just nails it and they have decorators. Yeah, but they need that stuff. Also, you need to care about which... Oh, I put a space in there, my program no longer compiles. Come on. It's an unserious programming language. Python is genuinely sad as a programming language. It is unserious. It is... I don't mean unserious in the sense that it's laid back and funny. I mean unserious in the sense that it's unprofessional. It's an unprofessional programming language. Let me call it that. It is an unprofessional programming language. It's yeah, unprofessional is probably the correct word for that. All right. So I still don't understand what a label is in this case. What do you mean by label? Then again, the real thing comes from like the Lisp manual, which actually instead of Googling stuff all the time, I should be able to just read the manual, because this is slow as hell. Label Lisp generally refers to automating label creation using AutoLisp. My brother, this literally comes from the definition of Lisp. I can guarantee you that's not the case. The problem is this is 116 pages. It's relatively small. But in order to be able to write expressions that bear their own name, we introduce the label notation. If this is an expression and A is its name, we write label A and E. The function ff can now be written without the equal sign. Okay, the big issue with the original Lisp book, although this is the Lisp 1.5 Programmer's Manual, from my understanding of the Lisp history, again, the first theoretical version of Lisp was supposed to have these brackets and equal signs and arrows and all those symbols that make it much closer to like a C-style programming language, although C did not exist back then, but just for our understanding. C-style programming language, but they got rid of that. These were called M expressions, and they would be translated to S expressions, which is the name of the actual syntax that we use. This one, with the parentheses and no decorators and none of that stuff. None of these, no brackets, no arrows, no none of that. it's a bit weird to then see it written like this. This is supposed to be like closer to an actual mathematical notation as opposed to a more programmatic notation. But yeah, like the problem with reading this book is if I try to understand it, I need to translate these because I'm not. It's hard to understand exactly what I'm looking at. But essentially, label ff a lambda that takes an argument x and runs this function, where ff is a bound function name and x is a bound variable. Isn't this a variable declaration though? But wait, okay, hold on. Hold on. Label is allowing me to declare ff, which I then use within the code of ff. So you use label to give a label to a lambda, which is an anonymous function, essentially to give it a name. Am I correct in that? Do we have any Lisp, especially like M expression Lisp 1.0 experts that know? Anyone who has delved this deep into Lisp? I mean, it seems like label is going to be used for giving a name to a function, right? I would test it, but I'm still not understanding what exactly is going on here. Is this an invocation of this lambda? That's what I'm not understanding. So eval quote is just applying the function, which is the lambda, on x, which is this thing. All right, so what does that do? It takes the lambda itself. It takes the lambda itself and it evaluates it using this as arguments. Oh, so it's a function call. Okay. Yeah, so this is, okay, this is literally defining this function, anonymous function, and then calling it with these two arguments, which are put as one in one list. It seems... Okay, so I think I understand that's what this apply function is doing. And it uses quotes because otherwise... the quote is essentially being used to kind of... What is it called? Escape this, I believe. So it passes lambda as a name of a function instead of as the actual keyword lambda, I think. Yeesh. This is hard to wrap my head around, but I think I'm starting to understand what's happening here. Again, I would have to maybe read the 116 pages of this while also translating these expressions, which is not super hard to do, but it's not the most straightforward thing to do because the original definition of the language and what the language actually looks like are very, very different. But, okay, so... Alright, so let me look what label is actually doing. It is applying the function as CADDR. Okay, so now it's probably a good time to look at CAR and CDR. Not sure what they stand for. If I'm not mistaken, they're like from the original machine that this was written for. Like they were assembly instructions or something like that. I'm not sure. But when I have a list of multiple elements, like 1, 2, 3, if I'm not mistaken, car will get me the first element of that list. So car will get me 1, and CDR will give me the rest of the list. So by using them in clever ways, you can process the list kind of iterating through it. Let me see if I'm right about that. Not using the Lisp interpreter, but using genuinely just playground.lisp. I'm going to create a list, 1, 2, 3. I'm going to print the car of that. I'm going to do that in a different thing so I can have both commands always running. Sabbatical script play. Can you autocomplete? Yes, that's amazing. Okay, so yeah, car gives me the first element of the list. CDR gives me the rest of the list. So I was correct about that. Okay. But also, you can kind of make them recursive from what I saw. Well, let's make this 4. If I do CADR, it fails. So maybe not. Or did I forget a parenthesis? No. Wait, because that actually gave me... I thought this would give me the first element of the list, which is this one, and inside of that, the rest of the list, so the second element and onward, which is this one, but inside of a list. But instead it's giving me an error. Is it trying to interpret it? It may be trying to interpret it. What if I just do format T and then this? Still error. Oh my god, it's just because I forgot to put the word list in here. That's so dumb. There's nothing to do with that. It's just a stupid syntax error. Alright, CADR does not do what I expected it to do. Instead, I think it's doing the opposite of what I thought. Or it's doing it the other way around. It's taking the rest of the list, which is 2, 3, and then the first element of that, which is 2. This should also give me 2 now, right? Yes. And what if I do this? It will give me 3. And then I do A. Yes. Okay, so the cadaver, not a cadaver, a cadaver, is essentially evaluating these lists right to left, seems like, where it's doing D, which is everything after the first element of the upmost list, which is this one. So skip the first element, get the rest as a list. Then get the first of those elements, which is this one. Then get the rest of the list ignoring the first element, which is this, but as a list. Then get the first element of that, which is A. The cadaver is nice. Alright. So you read them right to left. Can I get confirmation on that? It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard to find the words CDR here, but probably the first instance of that. this one, the function CDR has one argument. Its value is the second part of composite argument. CDR is also undefined if its argument is atomic. Obviously, that makes sense because actually it's probably going to give me an error. If I try to do the CDR of 2, where this is an atom, this is not a list. There is no rest of the list because it's not of type list. Okay, so it gives me an error. As expected. I kind of want to see what you're doing with this whole chaining thing. Where is that defined? It's a bit hard to find, I guess. Examples. Composition of functions may be written using nested sets of brackets. These rules allow you to write functions definitions such as that. But again, this is the M expression. We don't use M expressions. This function selects the third item on the list. For example, it takes the list. It runs car CDR, which is the same as doing CADDR. Right. Okay, I understand why the cadader would be the same as doing CDR car CDR and car, and closing all of those. One more. Both print the same value. Okay. Right, now I understand why these are read right to left. They're read right to left because expressions are evaluated the innermost first and then the outermost. So this one comes first, then this one, then this one, then this one, which is the same as this one, then this one, then this one, then this one. So this is just syntactic sugar for this. Well, for this. And some sugar it is because, yeah. It's a lot of nesting going on. Alright, so essentially this is taking the... I'm sure once you get the hang of this, or like once you have more practice with this, you can kind of read something like CADDR and immediately be like, oh, that's the third element. But I don't really have that. Okay, so I'm taking the last, or the rest, first element of the function. Where the function is... The first element of the function is a label. The first element of the function is the word label. Alright, let me look at lambda first, which I actually understand. I haven't seen label anywhere, so... the first element of the lambda, where this is the entire lambda, this whole thing is the entire lambda. In that, you take the first element, CAR, and that is equal to lambda. If so, you evaluate an expression, which is DDR. So this is the whole thing. This is D. Then this is D. And then A is the first element. Okay, so this thing, the body of the function. Okay, so evaluate the body of the function, passing CADR of the function, aka the arguments of the function, as well as the elements that the function was called with. Oh. Okay. So took me a while to get here, and I'm pretty sure the stream has become completely incomprehensible at this point. Unless you already understand Lisp. Sorry about that. I guess I'm trying to understand Lisp. But anyway. Calling apply on a function like this one, or on an expression like this one, is essentially first checking this part, which is the lambda itself, and then the arguments that the lambda is passed, which is this x over here. This is essentially a function call. This is the function that we're calling. These are the arguments that we're passing to that function. So the first thing we do is check if lambda, if this thing here, the function that we're trying to call, is of the type lambda. If it is, then we are going to evaluate this expression, so essentially run it, by passing it the arguments that the lambda requires, which we've passed here. So essentially passing the two arguments to the lambda, which are this one and this one. Looking at a function call like that suddenly makes it a lot more complicated. And then there's eval. Eval is also checking the first of its arguments. The first argument is like the expression that we're trying to evaluate and the values that we're using to evaluate it. The expression that we're trying to evaluate is this one, and these are the two arguments that we pass to it. All right, so essentially we're going to take cons, this, and this. But the first thing we do is check cons, I think. Beats me. Again, this has become incomprehensible really, really quickly. But it's only slightly comprehensible to me. I cannot understand it's comprehensible to anyone else. Then again, I personally don't find it super easy to follow along when other streamers are doing code, especially reasoning on the code. But this is something that even I barely understand. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. So I can't imagine it's particularly understandable to anyone. But anyway, if E is an atom, it runs an association on E and A. I'm not sure what ASOC is in this case. And then it takes the rest, ignoring the first part, where ASOC is... Oh my god, this is becoming... Is this the kind of thing that you're just supposed to implement and not think about too much? Like one guy in the 1950s thought about it once and that's all we really need? Not really. I mean, I am understanding what I've seen so far. It's just a lot of thinking about lists. Hold on, the list processor, the list processing language requires you to think about lists. In other news, water is wet. I would call this a skill issue on my end if to complain about this genuinely. Like, I'm just being dumb. Obviously, you have to think a lot about lists when you're writing the list processing language. Why am I surprised? I'm just gonna skip this part for now. Just try to get a more higher level understanding of what I'm looking at. I just wrapped my head around apply. Now I need to wrap my head around the eval. Let's take our time. Let's not start with the one that uses another function. Let's begin with this one. Okay, so first it checks is if E is an atomic expression. In our case, it actually isn't, because it's this whole thing. So it's not an atomic expression, but the first element of it is an atomic expression. The first element of it is cons. I think. If that's the case, then we're going to check a few more cases. Number one, is it a quote? And number two, is it a conditional? Is it the word cond? So this is where conditions are evaluated, which this is not exactly like an if statement. This is there are actual if statements. This is not that. This is a conditional statement, which is closer to a switch, I believe. Right, so if it's a quote, then I think this is what's doing the escaping. I don't know, seeing the word quote used anywhere, even here, but it's using the symbol quote, so I'm not sure what the deal is with that. Again, skipping over that one. If it's a condition, it evaluates the condition, and conditions in Lisp are evaluated so that T for true and nil for false, which is the empty list. False is the empty list. True is the atom T. It's very mathematical. But a little bit of like set theory, a little bit of, yeah, set theory, list. Is that what it's called? Set theory? The one that works with sets, and you can think of them as lists. Again, why is my internet so slow whenever I need to Google something? Is the branch of mathematical logic that studies sets. So, yeah, it feels like very much based on that, and that's not necessarily the kind of math that I hate. The kind of math that I hate is 1 + 1 = 3, I believe. That is the kind of math that I don't even hate, I just struggle with. Anyway, so yeah, the eval function seems to be checking for escaped expressions, aka quotes, and it seems to be checking then for conditions, in which it evaluates them in the way that I just said, but we're going to look at that in a second. If it's anything other than those, then it simply evaluates the expression as whatever it is using apply, which is going to go through these or labels. Funnily enough, apply can also internally use apply and eval, so you get a little bit of actually. Wait, that page loaded quickly, but now this one's taking forever. It's like 3 pixels, but eval and apply. So you see the association between those two, if you even comprehend what the fuck is going on right now. All right. I have to say, another thing that I'm struggling with here is the fact that the language is implemented within itself, which means that most of its symbols are also the symbols used by the already built Lisp on top of the one that I'm building. That makes it difficult to understand what exactly is going on. But anyway, just very quickly look at the evcon, which is implemented later. Also, I was thinking about this. I was thinking C's compiler has a big skill issue, which is the fact that it's only one pass, single pass compiler, and it requires any symbol that you use to be defined before you use it, physically before in the file. I think Lisp doesn't really have any custom behavior to do this properly, so to not have this same issue, but it doesn't need to do the same thing. Kinda same as Python, because the entire thing gets evaluated. These are literally function calls, where here I'm defining this function, here I'm defining this function, here I'm defining this function. And then here I'm using them. Now, if, for example, eval uses evcon, which is defined after it, the problem is well, it's not a problem, but like by the time that you run eval all the way down here, both of these functions have already been called, both of these symbols have already been defined, and so you don't need any fancy compiler tricks to do this. Now, let me see if I'm right. By, for example, defining a function, I'm going to call it hey, and this function is going to have no arguments and it's going to print hey. If I call it here, maybe with the right name, then I can run the function and also the functions that are under it. But if I call it here, that is an error. Yes. Good. So yes. Maybe to try and again make the stream a little bit more comprehensible, because I do understand that today's well, the first part was maybe a little bit more comprehensible. It was just me struggling with AppImages, but this is me trying to understand a mathematical language. So, if anyone is following along, congratulations. But anyway, the fact that I can use a symbol before it is defined, right? So, hey can call hello. I can do this. I'm allowed to do this. Hey calls hello. Hello is defined after hey. But so long as I'm calling hey after both of these functions are defined, I won't have a problem. If I call hey here, it will be an error. Hello is undefined, because at this point in the execution, hello is not yet defined. It's being used by hey. But if I just put this here, this is not really a thing that is unique to Lisp. Python also has it. Any interpreted language works like this. Essentially, when you have a script of an interpreted language, it is interpreted beginning to end, but usually functions are only called at the end, so you get this. Although Python does usually do this thing. I don't know how Python works internally, to be honest. Again, this is so annoying that it's slow as hell. But the main function in Python is like an if statement. This shit. If name equals to main, which is ugly ass syntax. This is what I mean by Python is unprofessional. What the fuck is that, brother? Okay, no, it's not what I thought. It's not what I thought. I thought maybe it does two passes. One to just comprehend the entire program and one to execute it. But no, it doesn't seem to be doing that. It just seems to be doing one. Then why do you need to do this? This if statement at the top level to only call the main function if your name is main kind of implies that you have multiple passes, the script being executed multiple times, but that does not seem to be the case. So genuinely, what the fuck, Python? I tried defending you. I didn't have... I'm sorry. I shouldn't have tried doing that. Whatever, man. Fuck you. Anyway, evcon. Evcon is checking condition of eval, evaluating CAAR. Why though? You're not checking the kind of expression that you're trying to read. Ah, no, okay, it's already doing that. Right, if the first atom is conned, or the first element of the list is conned, then you try to evaluate it using the rest of the list and the arguments to the list. By evaluating the first element of the list, I just don't understand why first, and why this more complex Kadar over here. I understand the meaning of those, just like I'm struggling to comprehend what it looks like in terms of data. It would be great to see this actually executing. I feel like that would help me understand so much more what is happening. To see it as it executes, see it actually modify these lists and doing all that, would probably make it a lot simpler to understand what this program is doing. I don't think I can easily do that unless somebody has already built that. But is that something that I can make my virtual machine do once I actually build one in C, not in Lisp? Yeah, and I need to integrate it into my operating system, so for the terminal. So definitely the lowest level has to be C, because it needs to compile to assembly. But everything on top of that can be built progressively by Lisp, and I like that. Although I would also like to have a compiled version of it, if that's possible. Considering we're talking about a specific operating system's scripting language, and we're talking about a single architecture operating system, it's not out of the realm of possibility that I allow an easy way to compile scripts. Also, Lisp compilation can be done. It is done sometimes, I believe. That's another. SICP is obviously great, but check out the Common Lisp Companion book. It's good. I'm considering buying this book, by the way. Probably should. This is it, isn't it? Well, the icon is the same. But, oh. Also, is this book that I have a PDF for actually readable? Because I would, rather have the official version of it. Especially considering it was written by the creator of the language, even though the creator of the language is famously dead. As according to the title of the article that I started reading this whole thing as, R.I.P. creator of Lisp. But yeah, if I'm gonna be reading books on programming, which is not a thing that I usually do, mind you. So yeah, what the fuck am I doing? Hold on. What the fuck am I doing? First off, this won't run, right? Obviously. No, that's not how you do that. Genuinely, why the fuck did I not think? I was like, I should have but now I can't even speak anymore. Fuck's sake. I should have the interpreter show me dynamically what it is doing to the lists so I can comprehend what the language is doing. I still want to do that because it sounds like a cool idea to actually be able to visualize your program running. That sounds like a really cool thing. However, you know a cool way to visualize your program running? To run it progressively using small functions until you understand it. And how long have I been doing this? The stream has been going for nearly 3 hours. I'd say an hour and a half of AppImage. That's an hour and a half that I have not considered doing this. For fuck's sake. And instead, like, actually just reading the code. Like, genuinely, what the fuck, man? Sorry about that. Probably would have made it a lot more entertaining, too, for anyone watching. Anyway, evcon. Well, okay, first off, I can't really run it in an isolated environment when it relies on other functions, but it doesn't need to rely on isolated functions, does it? Like, I'm struggling to understand how this works, though. Evcon is undefined, so that I do need. Wait, so if it's undefined, I don't need the symbol. T is not of type list. It is now. Common Lisp T is on. Okay, sorry. That's not actually a list. And the other one also needs to be a list. The value T is not of type list. CAAR invalid number of arguments 2. For what? For eval. Alright, so I'm just gonna move this whole thing over to this one where I am using my own custom functions that I know how they work. Bring in this back. Not running you, and I'm running that instead. And T is not of type list. Alright, so you also want this to be a list. No, that's yeesh, I don't understand it still. Okay, so maybe it's not as straightforward. Oh my god, it's just supposed to look like this. This is the condition to evaluate. I'm being so stupid right now. I don't understand what's happening to my brain. This is a condition. First section of the condition, the evaluation, is this equal? For example, the character space to the character space. Or, to make it just more comprehensible, 3, 2. And then, if that's the case, then print equal. Maybe with a quotation mark. That's the wrong. This is the first argument, this is the second, I believe. Evcond is undefined, it's evcon. Evcon. Equal is not of type list. Why does print want to print a list? Okay, but that means that this part is correct. Evaluate the condition. The condition looks like this. Literally just like that. And then this. where equal is not of type list. That's again where I wish I could have the built-in function of this. I don't think there is. I think, under this level of common Lisp, there's just an actual interpreter built in another language, not in Lisp. So I can't call this function because it's a function that doesn't really exist. Not in Lisp, anyway. That's why we're faking it. So like I'm gonna have a hard time doing this part, but can I maybe just copy the lambda? Which we know you're able to interpret. But with a back quote. A single quote. The value lambda is not of type list. So I think I need to do eval quote. And then I need to copy this entire thing then. Just minimize it a little bit, and I still don't understand what I'm doing. Maybe the interacted list thing would have been a lot better to understand because I'm still not coming any closer to understanding what is up. Although I do know one thing. No. No matter how deep I go, it always asks me that something needs to be a list. Unless I need to make them lists, but I don't think that's the case. The type list is not a type list. I don't know how this function works. Okay, I'm admitting defeat. I understood apply. I still have not understood eval. Okay, can I try running assoc? What does assoc do? It checks if the firstmost element of A is equal to X. By the way, this should have been EQ. Equal doesn't really exist, or does it in Common Lisp? That's just something I forgot to translate, I think. Okay, let me try to run this function and see what it does. Assoc with, can I do it with this? These should be lists. C is not of type list. D is not of type list. Now, that's running a little bit too long without printing anything. So, I need a better way to visualize this stuff. I need a better way to understand what these functions are truly doing. Because, for example, like I understand most of these things. Like if this condition is true, then run. If this condition is true, then run this thing. If this condition is true, which it is because it's literally the value true, then run this. That is easy to understand. And I can even kind of comprehend what the result of this function is going to be. It's going to be either the first element of A or the rest of A. Where again, it's either going to be 1 or it's going to be a new list, which is 2, 3. So far, so good. So far, so good. The problem comes, why are we using car here? Well, hold on. Because the structure doesn't really look like this. In order for it to be CAAR, then this has to be a list where I'm getting this value and checking if that value is equal to X, which is the other value that was passed into this thing. If so, the result is this. Otherwise, the result is the rest. Oh my god, that explains it. Now I get it, now I get it, now I get it, now I get it. Now I get it. Although, okay, I think I get it. I think I get it. It's not just 1. It is condition execute followed by otherwise. If I put it like this, it suddenly makes a lot more sense. Let's call it expected. Right? We call assoc with a value that we expect to find a condition that we are going to evaluate and an execution. So we do, this is A, this is A, and we do first element of that, this one, first element of that, this one, the condition. If the condition is equal to the expected value, then we return C car A. We return this thing. This is the expression that is being returned. And eval, now evcon is going to return a truth on that. No, it's going to evaluate it. It's going to evaluate it. I think? Well, in some way or another, it's going to execute this thing. I'm at least understanding the assoc function. All right, when I look at it, like, this is what it expects to receive as an input. It expects to receive an expected value, a condition, an execution, and something else. And it is going to be recursive, because otherwise can also be this, followed by this, followed by this, and all of this is going to be put in its own list and also evaluated by the same function because it is recursive. Lisp actually invented recursion, I believe. As the second ever programming language, it's not hard to have invented most concepts. But, yeah. And again, it does that, being able to use a function within itself thanks to label, as explained by the book. I actually don't understand that part, I just read it and I'm parroting it. Okay. If I wear the headphones, it gets too hot. If I don't wear the headphones, my hair goes all over the place. Yeesh. Okay, I understand ASOC. It is essentially what is actually powering the condition evaluator. What I still don't understand is this part. But it is the same thing, right? The condition evaluator also will receive something that looks like this. It will also receive something that looks like this. So it will look at, this is C in this case. It will receive this. It will look at CAAR, essentially the first expression of the first element. So this is the first element. The first element of that is condition. It's going to evaluate the condition, and if that is what if it returns true, then it will return the execution. Although in this case, I would have expected it to. Well, it looks like this. It looks like this. So it's I know that it's essentially evaluate the condition, and if that's the case, then run this. But I'm struggling to understand how it does that. I guess it's also the fact that it itself is recursive. This is genuinely hard to understand. Especially without being able to visualize it. When I visualized it, even like that, it was kind of easier to understand. I don't know if this is easy to understand someone that doesn't know what I'm doing. Probably not. I'm gonna go with no. But who cares? I'm just trying to understand this whole thing. Maybe it'll be easier to understand once I actually implement the damn thing in C. But I'm starting to comprehend how these functions work. It's cool to see someone learning Lisp. It was life-changing for me. It really opened my mind. I'm also obsessed with Forth. What's Forth like? Oh my god. Slow internet like physically pisses me off. Forth is an adverb meaning onward or forward. I'm gonna be real with you, that's a no for me. You know the thing about Lisp? Modern dialects make it not look old. When I look at, for that matter, this to me can look elegant. This shit looks old, simply because it's using all capital letters. That alone is enough to show me that, to give you that old feel, because it's genuinely so old that lowercase letters did not exist. That's literally all that's happening. Lowercase letters did not exist, so they just used uppercase. Well, it's not that they didn't exist, it's that they weren't a thing. I don't know why, but the educated guess that I'm making is that because of the so limited memory that they had, it made no sense to have all letters repeated twice, so you just use them once. That's what I'm assuming. I don't know. I'm making it up. Whatever. Alright. It is genuinely hard to wrap my head around everything. I can imagine it's even harder to wrap your head around everything. So this has not definitely been the most pleasant stream, but I enjoyed making it. That's all I care about. You aren't running a capital? That makes sense. It's been interesting to wrap my head around everything going on here. Again, really the only hard part so far for someone who already understands the Lisp code that I'm looking at is why are you doing, well, these are actually easy, so those are understandable, but why are you doing AA, why are you doing ADAR? More so, what gives you the confidence that those things exist? Let me put it that way. So that is kind of the thing that is a little bit hard to comprehend. And to be fair, this is also what I struggle with comprehending when I read someone else's code in any language, not just Lisp, not just a Lisp interpreter written in Lisp, but any kind of code. What led you to making the decisions that you made when you wrote that code? Right? So, why are they all recent files literally all Lisp? Do I have any other windows open? I don't. So let me open a new one. Why are they defaulting to a remote, whatever? Like, looking at the operating system and boot.s, the first code that runs on my entire operating system. What led me to using these values? It can be a little bit hard to see. Why FFFFF000? What are you trying to do with that? You do eventually understand it if you look at the fact that this is associated with an AND statement, which is a logical AND operation. Essentially, this is probably a mask. These are all ones in binary, these are all zeros in binary, essentially zeroing out these three last values from whatever is in x0 and putting that in x2. But if you don't understand that specifically, that is where I struggle with understanding code. Obviously, this is my own code, so it's harder to explain my point here. But yeah. However, that is kind of my point. Even once, okay, you understand, this is an AND logical statement, and you're using FFFF000, which means you are masking something. You are zeroing out the last three values and keeping the rest as they are. That's what this operation will do. And if I even try to like physically, not physically run it, but like I have a bunch of random zeros and ones, and then I apply a mask like this, I can easily try to run the operation. This will become a 1 0 1 0 1 0 move, 1 0 move, 1 0 0 0. And now I look at this and I can see it zeroed out the last three values. So I can come to that conclusion if I really need to. But for example, what led you to add in exactly this number of Fs? That alone can be a little bit hard to understand. That is what I find difficult about reading code. It's the same thing that I say when I talk about LLMs. Code is not about the words. It's about the meaning. It's about the logic. Pardon the LLMism. LLMism. That's a fucking word. That can make code a little bit hard to understand because you don't follow the logic that was followed when the code was written. Also, I've written a lot of C, but I can go to a file that I haven't touched in a really long time, like, or even one that I personally didn't write, like ping, and I was about to say, I don't understand why you're masking here, but to be honest, I don't understand why you're masking here. The current process ID is already a uint16. There's no reason to be masking here. This is just more a code formatting thing than anything. Get time, on the other hand, here I can understand. You're getting the current system time, which is a 64-bit integer, and it's actually in milliseconds. You're taking that and you're masking it FF. So you're getting the last part of that, which is milliseconds only. It's actually, you know, years, hours, minutes, seconds, milliseconds. But you only care about the milliseconds, so you're doing this masking. I understand that part. That, and also the MS over here, and all that stuff. Also, hello, Atom Fighter. So, that part is easy to understand, right? I hope that part is easy to understand in code that I didn't write, but in a language that I'm very familiar with. However, why do you need to get the milliseconds? Again, if you know what ping is like, you know it works off milliseconds, so you understand that. And that's probably why you use milliseconds here, right? But you see how that requires knowledge of the language, knowledge of the APIs that you're using, knowledge of the system that you're building, and when you read code, as opposed to writing it yourself or reading code that you yourself wrote, it's very easy for one of these three things to be missing, and that's where I struggle in reading code. So again, back to Lisp, I can easily understand. I just went over the logic of CAAR, which is essentially you have a list, you get the, or let's do, since I made a very simple list, CADR. This is going to give me the second element. How do I know that? Because it evaluates right to left. I even went over the logic of why this evaluates right to left, because it's actually syntactic sugar for this over my function. All right, so I'm going to have CDR, which is everything after the first element. So I can even do this, right? Kind of evaluate the function like that. And then I'm doing CAR, which is get the first element as an atom. So I'm left with this. And if I hadn't made every single element of the list the same, which I just realized I did that and it doesn't really illustrate my point. Right, CDR. When I evaluate this, I'm left with this expression. And when I evaluate this, I get the first element of that as an atom. I am left with this expression. So CADR gets the second element of a list. I'm able to reason over that. Why are you using it here, though? Well, this is CADAR, but just a little bit more reasoning. Why did you choose that one in this function specifically? Why CADAR and not CDR? Why not CAADR? Why that specifically? That is the kind of knowledge that is missing when you try to just read code. That is the kind of knowledge that I'm missing when I try to evaluate this code. Although, maybe I wouldn't mind, not on stream, because it's already been going for a long time, and it's already taken a toll on me, I'm assuming on anyone watching. All three of you that are left. And four that came in after the whole Odyssey. If I do what I just did there, like actually manually processing the list, maybe it's gonna take me somewhere to truly comprehending this code, and oh, that's why you're doing that. But you kind of understand where this becomes a struggle. And of course, it would be a lot easier if I had an interactive representation of this. Which again, I wouldn't mind having my interpreter actually be able to show That wouldn't be a problem. There's no problem really. Also, I'm using Common Lisp, but essentially, I was looking at, I found this article which kind of explains or goes over the original Lisp language, which is based off of M expressions, but that doesn't really matter. And essentially talks about what these functions do and implements an interpreter, this interpreter, which they implemented in Scheme, and I translated to Common Lisp by just translating all the defines to defun. I initially thought this would be a parameter, actually. Turns out, no, it was actually a function, so we're good. Or it works as a function, anyway. Seems my interpreter works. Maybe I still got that null wrong, I don't know. But yeah, it works off of these two functions that this person puts in here. I can just take them. And there, actually, this is one of them. Take it, print it, and bada bing, bada boom, there we have the result. And I can even understand this code. But I was trying to understand this code, and all of the other functions that come along with it. And that part has been a little bit difficult to do. And I mean, there's no real problem. This is kind of normal, I guess. Especially when you're working with a language that you're not that familiar with. And when you are working with something that is essentially set theory. Set theory, not Seth. Let's leave Seth alone, poor guy. He has nothing to do with this. Let's leave him and his conspiracy theories out of it. Yeah, that kind of makes it hard to comprehend. Again, when I look at a function like this one, why did you use CAAR? What structure is this going to have? CADAR, what structure is this going to have? That kind of makes it a little bit hard to understand. And I try to understand this code, but it is a little bit hard to do, so yeah. Lisp, according to McCarty, was meant to be an assembly language. That is to say, he never intended it to be written by humans, but instead to have programs write it. See, that's the thing with M expressions, isn't it? He intended for us to write M expressions, which would then be translated to S expressions. You seem to know a little bit about this, so please correct me if I'm wrong. And M expressions look a lot more like what we know nowadays as C functions, for example. Right? Because this could easily be, well, it wouldn't really be a void, but the return type doesn't really matter. You can do even fn third argument x. Boy, this indentation. Car CDR CDR x. Is that we can see the similarities between these two. That's why it's hard for humans to parse Lisp. I don't think it's hard for humans to parse Lisp, though. I think I'm very much understanding the language. It's like when I write the language as itself, I actually find it incredibly elegant. That's one of the things that I like the most about it. Like the code that I wrote at the beginning of the stream to compile an AppImage. I find this incredibly easy to read. Make a directory called appdir, then make an executable called apprun. No, make something executable that is going to be a file called apprun, taking this as its contents, then make it executable. The fact that you're reading right to left is also a little bit harder. Right, because expressions are evaluated innermost first and then going out. And then after that, copy a file. Which file? Take the name by concatenating these two things. And the destination name is going to be this one. Then copy a directory called resources, copy a file called icon, which is, by the way, required by AppImage. I completely eliminated AppImages out of my brain, but I'm using it as an example, so they're coming back. Make a file called the desktop file using the template that I just moved away from, using this template, and then run a program called Linux deploy AppImage, blah, 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 blah. I don't find it hard to parse at all. Would it be easier to parse? I have to say, actually, this syntax with like 0 spaces, 0 nothing is not easy to parse. This, no. I find this a lot easier to parse, but I understand it. And I'm sure, again, this is very similar to normal C functions, C-style functions, if you will. So I don't think I've found any Lisp hard to parse as long as I indent it in an understandable way. I do see sometimes Lisp that is indented in a way that I don't understand that well. Then I indent it and I understand it. Like even this here. Cons car x. Well, no, it's indented okay. But my main thing is like to see what a function clearly ends. I like to do this. Right? That made the whole thing a lot easier to parse already. Also, that. Then again, that's kind of my C brain, right, with the brackets. And even that is very much just convention, because you can very much write a function in C like this. And then you can actually do more stuff. I'm in a C and in a Lisp interpreter, so it sees it as commands, but like you can literally minify C if you want, and it looks ridiculous. If you look at those lines 56, 53, it's 56 to 63. It's easy to understand what it accomplishes. Yeah. But even these, I can understand. Right, the apply function, what does it do? It checks a condition first. What condition? Well, first off, if the fn is an atom, in that case, it checks another condition. What condition? Its value, its atomic value. Is it car? Is it CDR? Is it cons? Is it atom? Is it EQ? Is it null? If so, these are built-in functions. If not, it runs apply on these functions. It recursively just goes over them to evaluate the function. But then, why do you use CAARX? Why AAR? What tells you that this is going to be something that can be AAR'd? Right? Although this is actually kind of easy. I don't understand why you need this here, but I do understand that these two match these two, so I get that. And as to why you need the first A, well, because X is probably a list of arguments. It is itself a list. There's a little bit more recursion than expected, but I understand it. The problem is that it's so readable that it's easy to start writing overcomplicated abstract code. I guess I would have to have more experience to know if I agree with you on that or not. I like the metaprogramming in it. But speaking of metaprogramming, there was a message that I kind of read but didn't acknowledge that I was very interested in, and I remembered I can't scroll in the chat. I think also because of my slow internet. Actually, I do wonder Can I see which DNS servers my computer is using? Because I may have changed it on the router, but this computer may still be using the old one, so my connection is super slow. But whatever, I'm almost at the end of the stream. I'll check it later. There's no need to start looking at my network configuration live on stream for no reason. But anyway, my internet's being kind of slow. And I am suspecting Pi-hole, which I reconnected today after a couple days being off. Reading other people's code bases can definitely be the biggest downside to meta programming. It can make working with others very difficult. Oh, for meta programming, I get it. Yeah. I don't care. I like it. I like it though. Okay, but the message that I was going to say is that fourth is even more meta programming. And shit, I'm in the search of the universal programming language. I am seeking one of those. So, all right. And then I had a question that I was gonna ask at the beginning, but I kind of forgot to do it. So, let me ask that question real quick. Okay. Fuck. Now I closed that file. All right. I probably still have it in my documents. I don't. Ah, for fuck's sake. Yeah, network's being slow as hell for some reason. Hold on, Zed, come with me. All right. Here's the question that I wanted to ask that I kind of forgot that I wanted to do. Okay, so I have this here being my task management software. This is my Jira. This is my Trello. This is my GitHub issues. This is what I'm using to keep track. Even though I call it stream to do, I don't really use it on stream a whole lot, but it is things that I want to work on in general, not even just on stream. And it kind of has a simple format, which is it uses brackets. Within those brackets is going to be the name of a task. Or sometimes it's going to have an attribute to the task, like this one is done. Okay, so if you had it on Jira, it would have like a little, well, actually Jira doesn't have check marks, but like, so if you were on Trello, for example, maybe it would have like a little check mark or whatever next to it. And then the name of it. That is one thing of the syntax. Everything after that is just description. And indentation like this means technically that this task is blocked by this one. But essentially, in order to implement docs, I need to implement a regex parser, which I've already done. And I need to implement a markdown parser to read the annotations that the documentation has. The regex parser reads them and uses them. The markdown parser is supposed to show them in a proper format. I wanted to make a parser for this document based on those very simple rules. And I don't like the way that Lisp does string manipulation, for example. I think it's really good for list manipulation as the list processing language. That's literally what it does. So it's really good for example, for the build system, I think absolutely fucking incredible language. For the packaging system, absolutely incredible language. For parsing itself, even though I still don't comprehend the code all that well, absolutely incredible language. However, for the syntax of this thing, for like actual parsing, not interpreting, but parsing, I would not use Lisp. I would not use C. Honestly, I don't know if there's a language that does parsing really, really elegantly. So I was researching that a little bit. Some people actually suggested Lisp. Well, I'm not sure actually. I found a 19-year-old Reddit thread. Literally old enough to drink if it's not in the US. Almost old enough to drink if it's in the US. Crazy. 19-year-old Reddit thread. It's on my laptop, so I don't have the link to it. But they were asking that same question. Is there a language that is particularly good for parsing text? Essentially, parsing documents, parsing code, whatever. Just parsing in general. I don't think that Lisp would be good to go from the, text to the tokenizer part of that, number one. The tokenizer part of that, and then the actual parsing, because there's going to be a little bit of tokenizing, which is like put this whole thing through, or even be like bracket, name, bracket, text. Bracket, name, this. I feel like maybe for the actual parsing, Lisp might be okay. But for the actual tokenization of it, and if there's something that can do both at once, it would be great. But I'm not talking about libraries, because of course there probably are string libraries. I haven't tried string libraries on Lisp. I'm sure there's something. But like, what's funny is this is a question that I asked myself like an hour before the stream, so it's not like I've thought about it a whole lot. But yeah, I didn't even consider the word tokenizer. So I guess, is there a language that is particularly good at string manipulation for doing tokenization? Or, ideally, not just tokenization, but tokenization and parsing. Because again, so once I have this whole thing as like task dots, I'm writing it in JSON for the sake of it, because I find it, human readable, kind of. Display, blah, blah, blah. Depends, regex, and markdown, which would be like subtasks and whatnot. Once I have something like this, like an actual structure, I think it would be great. But for the tokenization part, I don't know. Functional languages, same thing. Once I have it tokenized, I might be okay with doing the parsing with a functional language. But the actual string manipulation... But I do agree with you that functional languages are probably better for parsing than imperative languages. I mean, I have a compiler that I wrote in C, and it needs a generator. It would be great if you can just skip that part. Maybe I'm just not seeing the way that I could do this with Lisp. Maybe like... to be honest, I don't even fully know what I'm asking for. Because I don't know what it would look like. It's hard to ask for something that you don't know what it looks like, but is there something that does that? Is there a language that is particularly good at tokenizing and parsing at the same time, or just tokenization? But even here, tokenization is a little bit harder than what I want. It's a little bit, not exactly what I want, right? Because this is a token, this is a token, this is a token, so is this, so is this, so is this, so is this. How do you separate those? Each of these words are tokens. So I would write it maybe as like the bracket symbol followed by an identifier, followed by the bracket symbol, followed by identifier 0 or more, even to write it in kind of regex type of structure, followed by a new line at the end. I do know that functional programming languages are probably the best way to go about that, but is there something even better that I don't know about? Again, it's a question I don't even understand. I was looking at Camel actually, not Camel, but OCaml. I just found out that OCaml derives from Camel, so I was looking at that. And I do know, for example, that the first Rust compiler was written in OCaml, yet I've seen what the syntax of Rust looks like, so it's not that I want to blame OCaml, but I'm a little bit skeptical. Maybe they just actually liked that syntax. They looked at that syntax and they were like, yeah, this is exactly what we wanted. But I don't know. I think, like, yeah, I'm just messing around. Obviously, I don't think my opinion of the syntax of Rust, which is correct, by the way, has anything to do with the language that they used to write the first compiler. Python? No. No. I'm practicing a big project. There will be big refactorings and unelegancy. It means you need stupid, simple, imperative language. Not necessarily. Mind you, at the end of the day, you know how I'm doing the syntax of my language? Is literally with that syntax that I showed you. Now, in this moment, the actual programming language of the compiler doesn't really matter. Because if you want to modify the structure of the language, you modify this file. Which, by the way, for some fuck-ass reason, I've decided that the extension that my rule language uses is called .rules, but the actual one that I use is called .config. So it doesn't do syntax highlighting by default. That's just really stupid. But there we go. That is what I use to define the language of my structure of. That is what I use to define the parsing rules. Even though the parser is written in C, it doesn't really matter, because this is the true input that it takes. And it uses a parser generator. Well, not really a parser generator. It essentially just takes this and puts it into C structures, but I would turn it into a parser generator if I don't end up rewriting the parser in a better language. Regular expressions are not good for that. Regular expressions are not good in general. Although I will say regular... You know, that's not wrong. Regular expressions are incomprehensible garbage. However, they do exactly what I'm talking about. Look at the regular expression that I wrote for parsing very basic markdown. Look at this incomprehensible piece of shit. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That's fucking ridiculous. And of course, I am in C, which will complain about unknown escape sequences. So I have to double escape everything. But that is kind of a C skill issue. And some other languages actually allow you to do stuff like this, for example, so that they understand that it's a regex. Maybe even something like this in more modern languages. That's not really the problem. All regular expressions that get complex enough become incomprehensible. However, the regular expression itself kinda does what I want. It's ugly. Whereas I was specifically asking, is there a programming language that can handle this elegantly? Now, regular expressions can handle it without boilerplate, but it's ugly. C can handle it with boilerplate, and it's probably going to look ugly. Lisp will handle it with boilerplate, but it's not going to be ugly. Is there one that does all? I do wonder. Like a rule-based language. Even when I was doing regular expressions, I was looking up videos and I found one of Zozing that did regular expressions without regular expressions. But kind of what he ended up doing was just like, we need to match something 0 or more times. So for you know, between 0 and 3 times. So just do this. I don't think that's elegant. You know, although it is better than doing a regular expression that will get out of hand really, really quickly. If you do it with code, it's understandable. And if you do it with a functional programming language, it's probably going to be even cleaner. But yeah, I feel like, yeah, for tokenizing, regular expressions aren't great. Well, they're great, but they're ugly. But I think it might be a way for me to explore this thing a little bit more. Yeah, regular expressions have finite state machines. By the way, a thing that I did off stream with my regular expression parser, which is very, very basic, is to what is it called? To rewrite it into a stack-based finite state machine. Because before it was just linked lists, and it wasn't necessarily the best way to do it. But can I go back actually real quick? If I just go back to this commit, can I do that? Not through here. I can do it through just regular git. Because I need a function that I don't have access to anymore. So I haven't rewritten it. But damn it, I ran the wrong command. This is the state machine for that incomprehensible garbage over here. So really, it just is about hand coding a finite state machine. I guess then that the question becomes: is there a language that handles finite state machines particularly elegantly? I guess that is the question. Is there a state machine programming language? At this point, I'm just trying to find new exotic programming languages for the sake of finding them. At this point, that is literally all I'm doing. But if not, should I make one? I actually considered. I have this very simple state machine. It literally has two states. Well, two state transitions. If you twist my arm, I will say awk. How do you read that? Well, alright, I guess I'm twisting your arm a little bit. This is a very simple kind of state machine that I built for these regular expressions. I hope it actually scales to all the types of expressions that I need. Right now, the only thing I don't have is groups. Well, there's a few more things. Groups and character classes, but none of that has to do with the state machine itself. That, by the way, I found out that's what they're called, character classes. The, A through Z 09, this stuff, it's called character classes. Or character ranges? No, character classes. Just found it on Twitter randomly, I looked it up, and it turns out that's what they're called. But yeah, it's a very simple truth or false based state machine, which is essentially just a conditional language, I guess. You know what? I might just explore a structure like that. A language like that allows me to do conditional stuff like that. awk is a scripting language designed for text processing and typically used as a data extraction and reporting tool. Well, that... Oh, there is a command called that. I forgot about you. I forgot about you. Okay, what does the code look like? Print and exit. Count words. Don't understand what's going on here, though. The language uses regex in its if-else. Well, here I'm essentially saying if-else for the regex, kind of. I can't say I understand these a whole lot. Again, because I don't understand the very basics of the language. But calculate word frequencies. So is this just tokenizing the words? And then it is just tokenizing the words. And then just going through them until NF. Not sure what NF is. And then going through them and printing the words. Associative arrays are just hash maps, right? Dictionaries, yeah. This is kind of what I meant. You know, I feel like I did not explain properly what I was looking for, but you gave me the answer, so thank you for that. This is what I meant, a text processing programming language. Exactly what I was talking about, although not based off of regex, but this is again where the fact that I have a regular expression that is really just a state machine that is true and false, two possible states. Should I build a language based off of that? Also, I have a compiler that is capable of changing syntax very easily, so why shouldn't I do this? What's preventing me from doing that? Okay, so I'll take a look at this. And another thing that people were suggesting was that one, I actually forgot the name of it. I know I installed, no, it's not YAML. The parser generator, there's Bison, and then something with a Y. Parser, Yak. Flex Bison also. Yet another compiler. They use structures like this. Snippets of C code attached to its rules. Interesting. All right. What is Hawk? More than this, I actually care about like what it generates. But I think I'm gonna have to look at compiler or source code to see what it generates, to see what that looks like. Hawk, an acronym for High Order Calculator, is an interpreted programming language that was used in the 1984 book The Unix Programming Environment to demonstrate how to build interpreters using Yak. Glorified interactive calculator. Its basic function is to evaluate floating point numerical expressions. Then variables were added, conditionals, loops, user-defined functions, simple I/O. What led to this point? What led you to this point? Like, genuinely, what made this happen? That is an interesting indentation going on here. What is that? Eight spaces for a tab? Is that all it takes to compute 800? Anyway, doesn't matter. What's the use case for a configurable syntax language? Prototyping, pretty much. And making French programming languages. I bet, I don't know if you've ever built a programming language, but I can guarantee you've never had an inclure You never had a si and autre. You never have an aller or a pas. And it shows. You never had a pour loop. How do you say loop in French, actually? Bye, Goldfish. Thanks for joining. And thanks, DNS, for being slow as shit. I think my Pi 3B is dying, and I might need to figure out hardware compatibility for my OS for it before it dies fully. French loop. I bet you don't even have a pour boucle. A boucle fort. No, a boucle loop. No, a boucle pour.
Boucle fort.
Boucle pour. Not for. C'est anglais? Non. Nous parlons pas anglais, nous parlons français. Dans cette stream. So yeah, that's why you make a configurable syntax language for prototyping and for French. Am I wrong though? Have you ever made a French programming language? No Italian keywords? I could. Aller, vai. Autre, altro. Si, se. Include, includere. Defer? Actually, how do you say defer? It's a word that I barely even know in English. Like, by the way, this is the easiest way to, like, rinviare. Okay, okay, oh yeah, okay, sure. Rinviare. Altro. Actually, more accurate here would be oppure. Vai per mentre fai mentre enumerazione enum, that stays as enum, struttura, strut, ritorna, interfaccia, what is the exact meaning of switch? Like, it's not interruttore. That's not what it means. It's more of an interchange. So I guess scambiare is also not right. Cambiare all'improvviso. I mean, technically, because it does jumps. Mutamento. La frusta. What? That's a whip. I don't know what to use for switch. I'll ask some Italian programmers later. For now, I'm just gonna use scambiare is not right. Condizionale. I'm just gonna call it conditional. Caso. Condizionale. Is that all? Latin? Okay, nah, chill. How do you say print in Latin? Stampa? Okay, that's the same as it. No, wait, in Latin. I forgot to change the language. There is no word for that. Even though... To brand, maybe? Marca. To stamp? Timbro. I don't like those. You're switching to Italian, you... Well, to be fair, I forgot to change it there. Yeah, it doesn't understand these words. But I wouldn't be surprised if those were signum, vestigium, Nota. Nota. I like nota. Oh, there's a keyword not, so the syntax highlighter is not great. Includere. Principale, this actually stays the same, just the pronunciation changes. Vid is now vuoto. I'm gonna change it to stampare. I'm gonna keep it in Italian. Per se oppure stampare, 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 fine. Non è l'ultima. L'ultima. Ciao mondo. There, you see how easy it was to make an Italian programming language? And you ask what the point of a configurable syntax language is. It's like your first day programming. I swear to God. Come on. How do you not get it? How do you not get it? It's prototyping. An AST-aware string replace wrapper do the job? What you mean? No, to be fair, okay, right now I'm just messing around changing keywords. But you can change the entire structure of the language, which is not even that difficult for how you do it in Yak, for that matter. Like, look at this syntax. It's slightly different than what I'm doing. Like, the syntax itself of my language versus theirs is different. Now, the thing about my compiler is that it is capable of well, it should. It isn't right now. But it should be able to compile based on a syntax file and on a program. Or at the very least, like, do parsing. So, kind of like a tree-sitter type of thing. Which tree-sitter itself does, very ugly, JavaScript syntax with regular expressions. If that's what we have in most code editors nowadays, I feel like this is very much not a thing that is super well done. So I already hint to maybe what I'm looking for. Maybe yeah, a language like this, but maybe I'm better off just implementing something similar with the same backend as regular expressions, with the state machines, but with a different syntax, similar to this one even. Just the syntax here is very simple. You find this symbol, go ahead, go to this one. Find this symbol, go to this one. Don't find the symbol, fail the whole thing. Go outside of this one. Right, so even there, the parser itself uses a very simple rule-based structure. That's the rules. You start at this rule, try to parse this thing. If it's a rule, go inside of it. Try to parse this one, go inside of it. Try to parse this, so on and so forth. If at any point you fail, then go to either the next possibility, indicated by this, or fail the entire thing, in which case you go outside of this, and that's a syntax error. Now, it is limited in the sense of, like, you have to structure it in a way that isn't ambiguous. You do have those things to consider. It's not really about the language itself. It's more the question, anyway, is not really about the language itself. It's about, like, what can I use to structure this properly. Anyway, by the way, to the French people, je suis désolé, mais la langue de programmation en français est a été annulée. A été annulée.
A été annulé.
Annulée. You have to pronounce the U. Yeah, so just a little announcement for the French people. We're no longer doing French. We are now doing Italian, until I inevitably switched to Spanish. The superior of the Latin languages. I'm a native speaker of both, so I know what I'm talking about. As are half the people in Madrid. No, actually, but there's a lot of Italians here. Hello, Seth. Doing good. How are you? All right. Maybe I should look a little bit into the finite state machines that I use for regular expressions, just with better syntax than regular expressions, which is already a thing that I was considering, but I haven't really done. I haven't really tried doing. All right, I'm gonna snooze the ad. I'm gonna end the stream so you don't get an ad at the end of the stream like it happened yesterday. Sorry about that. Anyway, today was definitely 3 different streams in one. One where I did AppImage and I just battled against Linux jank. And someone that claims to fix Linux jank but really is just adding to the Linux jank. 14 competing standards. You know that XKCD meme? There's 13 competing standards. We're gonna create one to replace them all. Now there's 14 competing standards. It's that, but everything is janky. That's AppImage for you. Then I tried to understand Lisp, which was incomprehensible. I would be surprised if anyone enjoyed that part. To be honest, I did, but if anyone besides me enjoyed that part, and someone who already knows Lisp. And I hope it wasn't frustrating if you already know Lisp. And then asking, is there a programming language that can elegantly parse text? Which I'm thinking I am going to explore the regular expression state machine without the regular expressions. I'm going to explore that, which I already was considering doing. I kind of want to start designing languages, to be honest. Again, I have a compiler that is capable of prototyping languages really quickly. Wouldn't mind doing that more, or even more than a compiler, an interpreter would also be able to benefit from something like this very, very much. I need to put all those ideas together and reconcile them into a fully cohesive little playground for coding, essentially. That is what I want this compiler to be. A playground for coding is actually a great goal for it. Also, it has my own programming language, but so far I've only been using it to improve C, which I still wanted to do. But I'm not really implementing anywhere, so. And to for my build system, which I've replaced with Lisp, and that's very much the right choice, especially because it's interpreted. So it's kind of starting to run out of use cases, that poor language, but I still want to keep it around. But yeah, I kind of wanted to have this compiler that acts, yeah, like a playground, and also capable of generating a proper parser and doing some basic compilation to C. It doesn't even compile to assembly, it compiles to C. But yeah, actually playing around with Lisp has given me the itch, for lack of a better word, of messing around with more languages, with more paradigms, with experimenting with languages. So I want to be doing that a little bit. And Lisp interpreter plus arbitrary compiler, if you will, seems like a good way to go about it. But it's mostly just recreational, that's the thing. Don't expect it to... I'm not making the next C replacement. Not planning on doing that. I am making something that works for... That's actually what I do in most cases. I just do something that works for me. It's very much just recreational shit. so right now I'm not working on any project. I'm just messing around. But yeah, I need to get back to doing that a little bit more. All right. Time for C++. Well, luckily I'm ending the stream, so I cannot say the things that I want to say. Don't say that. Come on, we were having a good time. We were having a good time. We were all enjoying ourselves. Young Spanish Zozing here. I am Italian and Venezuelan, so really if you mix those two, you get Spanish. So kind of not super wrong, and I also do live in Spain, so just wait a little bit for me to get my citizenship, alright? Okay. Again, before the stream, well, the ad starts, I'm gonna snooze it one more time. Okay, so tomorrow should be a regular temperature. Let me check if the time has changed in the last if the weather forecast has changed in the last 4 hours. It's 30 degrees right now. I have not seen a 0 in the time in so long, which luckily means we also didn't get to 40, which means it's not even like worst heat wave we've experienced. It's been particularly bad for me, which is also why I haven't felt like going outside, because I literally get headaches. That seems like just a me skill issue right now for some reason. But yeah, heat wave should be over, so tomorrow I want... Oh no, today 31 maximum because it's already past midnight. I did not realize how late it is. Alright, I haven't had dinner. How's that? That's how you know I live in Spain. You know, Pam, sometimes in Spain they don't even eat until after midnight. True. Very true. Anyway, yeah, so I'm not streaming on Thursday. I think I might be able to actually experience the real world for once in the past week, which is I'm very excited about. On Friday, I'm going to be working on... Where's my document? Oh, okay, this is in my local machine. I moved it over to to this. L:'Q. You know, I don't know who that is. Hold on, I'm gonna check him out. Tomorrow I'm working on threading, not multi-threading. Multi-threading depends on threading. You see that? You see the association? You see how this document works? Not multi-threading, but threading. I'm actually planning on using it so I can have a separate entry point into a program that can be used for user space file systems. Because right now, any file systems that I've implemented that I need for specific things, I've had to put in the kernel, and that's really stupid. So this should allow me to move away from that. Yeah. That is the plan for Friday, not for tomorrow. I'm gonna give this whole experimenting with languages stuff a little bit more of a 2-2-2, and we'll see. Dog is awake. Only Atlassian knew how easy it is to replace Jira. Yo, Stony, what's up? Coming at the end of the stream. Yeah. Next time, Friday, then it's gonna be threading, but I am definitely adding. Not regex, because that's definitely something I want, but let's call it finite state machine. Even introducing a new syntax rule in the meantime, or we have these two competing things. But yeah, I kind of want to make, I don't know, some nice interface around this thing. That doesn't look like Jira, because like, if you don't know what Jira looks like. My internet's really slow today. I think it's my DNS. I think my Raspberry Pi 3B is dying and it has Pi-hole. This is what Jira looks like. Just talking about it, like you can hear, made me sad. It's genuinely just like, yeah, whatever, man. It's just a to-do board. But I feel like I want to give my to-dos a more dynamic structure. And I do think at some point or another, as a programmer, you have to do a to-do app. It's in your to-do list, which you would have if you had done a to-do app. So I feel like this, yeah, right? We've all done that at some point or another, right? So it's my time to do it on stream. I think at some point I'm gonna need it. I think it's like obligatory. It's in the contract for programming. You don't get to touch a computer unless you agree to it. So kind of feels like what I'm doing, but again, I'm trying to do it in my own way. I'm trying to do it separately. I don't need it to do up to know it's never ending. Yeah, exactly. That's where you usually start. Yeah, but I skipped that part. I started with not jailbreaking iPhone and doing stuff like that. No, totally never voiding the warranty of phones that I haven't touched in years. So don't worry about that. That's not how I started. I started, yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter. Forget I said anything. I have not made a to-do up. Get on it. And I'm not planning to ever make one in either. Okay, mods, ban this guy. Wait, shit, you're a mod. Fuck's sake. Never mind. As soon as you already have an OS and own language, I have an OS and own language. So I think it's time for the to-do app. But yeah, I don't even care about the to-do app. I just want to make a parser for this. Well, I do care about the to-do app. I just want to make a parser for this thing. Ideally, maybe even display it in a pretty way. When people ask, what are you working on? Just shows you like a very flashy thing, takes over the entire screen on stream. Makes my camera glitch. Fireworks inside the room. I suffocate. Something like that. Whenever someone asks, what are you working on? This to-do app will do all that. Will automatically show you and do the whole display. But yeah. Also, final observation, because I've been trying to end the stream for a long time and I'm just not stopping the yapping. The reason that Lisp has made me wanna make all these other specialized languages is because of how easy it is to do specialized languages in Lisp. Because of how cool it is. It's genuinely making my brain like 10 sizes bigger. Okay, actually no, it might be getting 10 sizes smaller, but it feels like it's getting bigger. And it's not because of an LLM. So, best you can ask for these days. Alright, for real, gonna end the stream. Haven't had dinner. It's 12:36 a.m. I have work in the morning. I have a non-heat wave in the afternoon. I have freedom in the afternoon. And I have a streamer to check out, whose link is purple, by the way. L::Q. Apparently I've seen this guy, so I guess we'll see. I usually sleep at 3 p.m. The time is not the issue. 1 to 3 p.m. is usually the time. Yesterday I stayed up until 3 reading about Lisp. Then again I had the day off, so. Alright, thank you so much for watching, everybody. I'm never gonna end the stream if I don't shut the fuck up, so thank you so much. I'll see you Friday.